It's obviously packed with some quality fighters and some new and upcoming talent from Europe and across different continents. Little more than 200 competitors competing over 2 days will be sure enough to give us some really interesting matchups, and 32 countries from 5 continents means that it's not only European Judo Open, it's maybe Worlds also. In 48 kilogram category, the highest seeded player is Priscilla Morant, formerly from Switzerland, now representing Mauritius, but we can't also forget Alexandra Pup, and while she's unseeded, she sure might give a lot of trouble to different players fighting in home of her home crowd and her teammates as well. 52 kilogram category, we have Tinka Easton from Australia, and she might be an interesting player to watch. Throw-in hosts Elena Stire to the mix, and even though it's the least packed of today's categories, it might sure give us a lot of fun. In 57, Jasmine Martin of Republic of South Africa and some upcoming talents from the Netherlands, Italy and France will be sure interesting to watch. While 63, the last of today's women's categories, is packed with Anja Obradovic of Serbia, a world medalist, and also hosts Ivanescu Floriana, and coming back, Hannah Martin of the United States of America. Moving up to the men's categories, this is where things start to get really heated. In 60 kilogram category, we have Joshua Giles, the highest ranked player, but he's only on 130 points. So it might be a really surprising and interesting category to watch, because we do not know a lot about the players fighting today. 66, this is where things start to get really interesting, with hosts Boris Dumitrescu, under 23 European champion, 4 Azeri players, solid European lineup, and some non-Europeans to throw to the mix, like Kazakhstan and other countries. And the last of today's categories will be probably the highlight of today's fights, where we have a story of 2 highest seeded players, number 1 and 2, both from Romania. And while it's only the beginning of qualification, younger and lesser ranked player Sulka will probably try to upset his higher seeded player and teammate Raiku, and it might be an interesting battle to watch, because it might be where the things for Romania will start to clarify. We have 6 minutes to start the contests. Players already left the mats to finish up and conclude the warm-up, so we will have a short break in a minute, and then we will probably start with the under 66 category, but you're obviously free to pick the mat you want to follow, and with a click of a button you can do it every time you want. I will try to have some guests coming in to say hello to you and also to co-commentate, but we will see how it goes during the competition period. Okay. I'm looking at the lineup now, and yes, we will start with mat number 2. So if you are more interested in following the under 73 kilogram category from the beginning, you will probably have to switch to mat 1. Everybody is getting ready. We can see some players lining in on the corridors, so everyone is ready to start, and the countdown is already begun. So today's lineups will be under 60, 66 and 73 kilograms for men, and under 48, 52, 57 and 63 for women. With 4 minutes to go, I would like to remind you to follow the official social media platforms for AGU. You can find all the information on our web pages. We'll try to maybe get a glimpse of some of your posts as well during the competition. And yeah, a lot of people are coming to here, I'm sorry. So it's getting ready. Okay, we have referees slowly approaching the mat, so everybody is getting prepared. The video team is ready as well. And we will be more than happy to start in those 3 minutes. If you like to contact us, please use the official hashtags. You can also use the Telegram channel to be up to date with the newest and freshest information from around the competition. And it is very hot in this hall, so we are expecting that it'll get even hotter while the fighters start. Yeah, and the lineup for the next 3 fights will be in 73 kilogram category. It will be Zamadin Poladov of Azerbaijan against Koen Heg from the Netherlands, followed by Yehonotan Elbas of Israel against Sergei Roska of Moldova, and Benstead Jake of Australia against Claudio Nunes dos Santos of Luxembourg. This is the mat 1. If you want to follow that, you're free to click the button. And we will start with mat 2, where under 66 kilogram category, the one which I competed in, we'll start with Tofik Aliyev of Azerbaijan facing Sungat Zubakatan from Kazakhstan, followed up by Guram Zavashvili of United Arab Emirates against Maxim Baltat of Moldova, and then Nathaniel Zhurovel of Israel facing Ioan Citat of Romania. These are the lines ups, so if you want to follow mat 2, we will start with that on the Commentated channel. If you wish to go to mat 1, it's available to you with a click of the button. And as the music starts here in the training hall, we will probably have a short commercial break, and then we move up to mat 2. Stay with us, and we will be happy to start the competition with you in a minute.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
River, where the water's red. They gave us different names to justify the ownership. Rules are still the same, chances we don't get, but still we showing love to everyone that shows respect. At the river is where they used to trade. Our ancestors, how can we not relate? The story goes so deep, not looking for revenge, looking for solutions to the day that we'll smile again.
On mat 1 are fighting now. In white judogi, Poladov Zamadin, Azerbaijan, and Heg Cohen, Netherlands. On mat 2 are fighting now. Aliyev Tofik, Azerbaijan, and Zubakkan Sungat, Kazakhstan.
First players of the day approaching the mats, and we are about to begin the first day of competition here in Cluj-Napoca. As I said before, we start with mat 2, the under 66 kilogram category. Where Tofik Aliyev of Azerbaijan will face Sungat Zhubakatan from Kazakhstan. And we're live. Those first matches are usually especially difficult. You don't want to go out in the first fight of the competition, obviously, and you have to be very careful with the warm-up all the times, like breakfast as well. So it's usually then when you have to be very prepared, very focused, and the Kazaki player is going for an arm lock, but the Azeri just tries to get out of the scramble and he stands up, and it's a matter. It's nevertheless a very good start for the Kazakh player, Zhubakatan. The opposing stance grips, so it's about who gets the collar, the lapel from the inside and who has the better grip on the sleeve. Nice Yokotomo effort from the Kazakh player, so he tries to pile up some pressure on his Azeri opponent. Now, very nice, really low Ouchigari. It seemed like a Tayatoshi, but then he switched the direction and scored Rosari with an ultra low Ouchigari, but as the action followed up, it was the Azeri player who tried to pick up his opponent. But it's a Rosari on the board with a very low Ouchigari. Okay, now the Azeri player tries a drop Sodetsuri Gomigoshi of one sleep, but it was very difficult for him to get into. Now some one-handed hip throw where the other hand just went over his back. So maybe some unorthodox judo from the Azeri player. Halfway through the contest, Rosari up on the board for Kazaki player. Now another Yoko Tomoenage, very good one. So every time the Azeri player tries to get close, the Kazaki just drops underneath, and now with a drop Soinage, I think it was close to scoring, so obviously the refs will be going to look at it. They decided against, yeah, it was barely aside the body, so no score. Now a not very attempt of Tomoenaga by the Azeri player, but he gets away with it, so he probably unbalanced his opponent. Now another and another low Ouchigari from the Kazaki player. So it's looking very good for Zhubatkan Sungat of Kazakhstan. Obviously doing better attacks. Now another very low Tayatoshi. Close to scoring, but not close enough. So he's probably going to stick those kinds of attack, dropping down every time his opponent tries to get close to him, like with this Sutemi Waza again. And that would probably be enough, but it's the last minute, so if something is going to happen, it's now when the Azeri has to pile up the pressure. He was even reminded by the ref that he has to attack, so a penalty for the Azeri. Another Yokotomo attempt, not not a bad one. He obviously unbalanced his opponent, but not even close to scoring. And that's another drop soi, and it's a Wazari outside the Ippon. So there was a break during the technique, but I think it wasn't a break which really affected the throw. Yazari tried to defend, but the continuation was there, and it's Zubatan Sungat of Kazakhstan who advances to the next round.
Sabashvili, Iran, United Arab Emirates, and Balat Maxim, Moldova.
So now in the white judogi, Guram Javashvili of United Arab Emirates is up against Maxim Baltat of Moldova. It's Javashvili in white and Baltat in blue. Starts with an exchange of grips, again opposite stance players, and it's a drop Yokotomoe attempt from Baltat. But Zavashvili was unnerved about it, but he's ordered to make up his gi, so he has to be careful with that as well. Another exchange of grips, and Baltat puts his hand over the top, all of his arm actually, so let's try to get a very deep grip. Kind of Ochis and Uchimatas, now gets the deeper grip and tries another Uchimata, but he gets countered, but it was kind of Uchimata Skashi, Uchimata against Uchimata even, and I think it's really difficult to say who was really throwing, and the referee had to cancel out the score first. Ordered the Arabic player to make up his gi again, and yeah, no score, so a little over 2.5 minutes to go in this contest. Nothing on the board, no shidos, no scores, and it's another Uchimata from Javashvili. He nearly got countered just a second before, and now it's Uchimata against Uchimata. So both of the players probably favor this technique, but it's really kind of a dangerous weapon here, because both of them not only attack very good with Uchimata, but both seem to be able to counter it quite easily as well. Little more problems with the gi adjustment. Underway. So Baltat of Moldova tries to get really close, tries to get his left arm over the top, tries to catch his opponent's neck even, but Javashvili of United Arab Emirates pushes with his right arm, maintains the distance, so he's quite safe in this situation. But it's it's interesting because halfway through the contest, no scores, no penalties. And obviously you don't want to get out of the competition in this phase of the tournament. So probably they are just really careful, try to get into the tournament well. But we see some good attack from both of the fighters, and maybe because also of the counter attacks that the players were very close to, they do not want to open up very much at this stage. So nice, very low drop Tayotoshi effort from Javashvili. Again, Balta tries to get very close, and now a nice, very nice combination of Uchimata, then the Ashibarai, and finished up with Sumigaeshi with right leg, and it's an Ippon for Javashvili of United Arab Emirates. I think they are going to have to look at it, but for me, yeah, we can see a replay. Yeah, and it's a bridging action, so it is an Ippon, and it will be Javashvili of the United Arab Emirates who will advance to the second round. Just one more look from the referees. To be especially sure. We've ordered them to stay in the designated spaces for them while awaiting the decision. Yes, and it is an Ippon for Javashvili Guram. And he will advance, or he advances to the round 2 of the under 66 kilogram category. See a replay, some nice Uchimata, then tries kind of Kosoto with his left, the Ashibarai Kosoto Gari with his left leg, and follows it up with a Sumigaeshi with his right. So a very nice combination on the edge of the mat gets Javashvili the win in this contest. Right, now Nathaniel Zhurovel of Israel against Johan Gidac of Romania. So it's the first of the hosts players we can see today under 66 kilogram category. And it's the Israeli in white and the hosts Romanian player in blue. Very tight contest, both fighters clinging to the sleeves, and we had a nice Gake Kochi Makikami attempt, but he was off the grip, so it was very difficult to throw his opponent, but nice try nevertheless. And now, no, strangle wasn't on, so the referee calls Malin. And we have another grip exchange. Oh, nice Ashiwaza attempt from the Israeli. So he's moving really quickly around the mat, trying to catch his opponent, and it's enough for him to earn a Shido for his opponent. So it's Zhurovel Nathaniel who has a slightest of advantages in a Shido for his opponent. And nice both sleeves soda, drop soda attempt from Gidac, and now he will try his Newaza skills. Tries to probably get either for a strangle or an arm lock, but Żurawel was defending very well in this trill position. Okay, a nice Ouchigari attempt from Żurawel. So he's really putting the pressure on his opponent, and now a nice Sankaku from the side. Is Gitac able to stand up? Yes, he is, so it's a mate, but it was very, very close. Another difficult situation. He tries the Ouchigari from the cross grip position, and it was very close to scoring, I think. We couldn't really see the landing from this angle, but the referees will surely look at this and decide. Nevertheless, Gitac of Romania is really getting in trouble here. The pressure is on him now to do something, because yeah, he gets penalized again. So one more and he's out of the contest. Oh, very close. Oh, very nice. Sotomaki Komi from the cross grip position. But now it's Żurawel who tries a Sode Guru Majime and switches to an arm lock, but the referee calls Mare. But it was the first real opportunity for Gitac and a first score. But he is still in trouble though. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. He's winning but by Wazari, but he already has 2 penalties. And he goes to this cross grip position again and nearly gets countered with an Ochi again and again. And what's now? It is a Nippon. I think the referees will look at it again, because there was a situation which might have been considered Newaza, but I think that there was no elbows on the ground. So we have a standing position again, and then there was this little Kochigaka, and it's a Nippon for the hosts. So it's Johan Gitac, Romania, who advances to the second round.
Israel and Olaru Adrian, Romania.
On mat 1, fighting now Las Val, Estonia, and Veste Adrian, Moldavia.
Okay, so now still in under 66 kilogram category, we will have Guy Gutman of Israel against Adrian Olaru of Romania. So a similar combination of countries as in previous contests. We'll see if the outcome is also favorable for the hosts today, or will it be 1-1 Israel against Romania. Drop Kataguruma from the player from Romania, but now he is in trouble. Is it? He goes for the Sankaku first with his arms, so Kata Sankaku, then tries Sankaku, and then he goes for the Huizinga roll. I think it was really close, but he didn't manage to just get the arm out. So a very good Newaza skill, going from one technique to another, but in the end he couldn't get the arm out. Now nice Ochi attempt from a deep grip, but he nearly gets countered. He nearly steps over this drop Soi from Olaru. And now it's Olaru time to shine in Newaza, but he wasn't really interested in that. I think he probably felt Gutman's defense was very solid. defenses were up, and it was very difficult for him to do anything about it. You can see very tight grips. And he goes for right-sided Soinaga off the ground, but now he's also in a difficult situation in Newaza. So as we can see, Guy Gutman feels really comfortable on the ground. He tries a lot of different turnovers, but they just stand up, and it's a mare halfway through this first round contest. And now he gets right arm over the top, and Olaru tries one of those drop katagurumas again, but it's what gets him in trouble actually. It's not the first time when he gives a lot of time and space for Guy Gutman to try his Newaza skills. And I think it's the way it may end really, because when those players retire up, the defenses won't be as good, so maybe there'll be a little more space in Newaza as well. And very nice combination of Osoto and Kosotogari, or Osoto and Tanyotoshi. I think that the landing one was on 2 arms, so probably he'll get also penalized for that, but Olaru was also in trouble in Newaza, so as I said, the quick transition from the Israeli player is very good in that. Those transitions, he tries a lot of attacks, and then yeah, we get the penalty for landing on or sticking out 2 arms. So it's a Wazari and a Shido, but the referees are clearly looking at it again. We have some trouble with the earpiece. Hopefully it's the message will be clear. The Wazari is cancelled.
Winner last part Estonia.
So I guess if the Wazari is cancelled, then Shido will be cancelled as well. Yeah, if there was no landing with 2 arms, so there is no Wazari, and if there is no Wazari, there is no Shido as well. So 1 minute to go, and nothing on the board. But I think the Israeli player is closer. He's looking more focused. His attacks were better, and he does a lot of good groundwork. But we've seen that in a previous contest as well, and on only 1 occasion, the Romanian did a good attack, and it was enough. So the Israeli has to be careful. Yeah, he piles up the pressure on his opponent. It's a Shido for non-combativity, but he has to be careful. Now he goes for the pickup, the kind of Kosoto, but with his hips very close to the opponent. Now he drops for an Ouchigari, but again, the Romanian isn't really interested in the groundwork. I think he perhaps thinks that Gutman may be too good there, and he wouldn't like to get countered in this situation. Yeah, so we'll probably go into the first golden score on mat 2 for today, with a single Shido against Adrian Olaru of Romania. It's Gutman who's constantly moving forwards. He did better attacks, but it was only enough for a 1 Shido. This Soto again, I think this Osotogari is the most dangerous of his attacks. Now from right-handed stance, he goes into left Soinaga, which goes across with his body, this kind of Marikomi movement, and it was close, it was good. So the pressure is now up on Olaru. I think he has to do something or he'll get penalized again. But he just keeps going with the Sotogaris and Soinagas. Yeah, Sotogari again. And yes, and it's over. So this Sotogari was the closest to scoring before, and now it was a very good attempt. You can see it was kind of a rally attack. So the first one didn't succeed, but then he followed it up again. Followed with some kind of makikomi movement as well. And it is Goodman who advances to the next round. And now we will see Miyat Nusrati under the IGF flag against Hakim Chala of Canada. Nice left-sided drop attempt. But he has to be careful. He's rounded up in the corner. And it's a shido for pushing the sleeve, so blocking with the sleeve, and it's a single shido against Nusrati. As you can see, there is no coach in the Canadians' corner because of some judogi problem. We can see that there is no back number on the Canadians' judogi, and I reckon there should be Janusz Pawłowski, Polish Olympic medalist, sitting in that chair. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, these are the rules and we have to respect that. Nice Uchimata, very nice Uchimata attempt. Just a little bit more of the drive and a little deeper entrance would probably be enough, but he lets his opponent lands flat on the front, so no score, but very, very nice attempt. Oh my gosh. And now this kind of marikomi movement again, you can see, and it was a very nice right-sided standing Ippon Soinaga, a huge throw, and he follows it up straight into Osaikomi, the Kami Shiho Gatame. 10 seconds, Wazari Oseti Ippon. A great action, really, and it will be the Canadian who
Winner on match 2, Chala Hakim, Canada. Fight now, Mamadou Tofik, Azerbaijan, with Manomer, Israel.
So the next, yeah, you can see the replay of the action. So a very nice drive. Yeah, it was very close to just being even too deep, but he then manages to readjust his body position, drive with his body, get his opponent down, and go straight into Osaikomi, and this is how he earned his win. And now we have a fight of Mamadov Tofik of Azerbaijan against Omerman of Israel. It is Mamadov in white and Man in blue. Yeah, and it's a very, very fast penalty for dropping down. He was obviously forced to do it, but it's how it is. So very quick exchange of grips. Mamadov going forwards, going very deep. He wants to get close to his opponent, but he nearly gets caught with this little deashi. So he has to be careful because the Israelis' Ashiwaza seems to be very, very good. Nice action. Yeah, and was it a score? Nice low Ochigari, but I don't think it was a score. There was too much of the rotation over there, so nice attempt to break up what was going on because he was in a dangerous situation, but probably no score. So they just readjust their judo gis and they'll get on with it again. So little less than 3 minutes to go, a single Shido against Tofik Mamadov. And now a very nice drop Soi, and he tries to counter it with his Soi of his own. So both fighters adept at drop Ibn Soi Nagas. A nice exchange. So you can see that both are trying to throw. So it's a nice offensive judo from both of the fighters. Yeah, nice turn to Soi while Man tried to get the high grip. Mamadov tried to just turn around into a Soi Naga. Nice movement, and now he drops for this kind of Ukiwaza Kataguruma type of Suteni throw. So little less than 2 minutes to go in this contest. But both fighters are determined to do something, and it's Man who tries to get this high grip, but he nearly gets caught in again, this time with a Yoko Tomoe. So wherever Man pushes to the high grip, Mamadov just drops underneath, and I think it was also really close to scoring. It was meanwhile penalty against Man for passivity, and after that a really nice this kind of drop Kataguruma, obviously without the leg grab, so kind of Ukiwaza Kataguruma hybrid. And now we are looking whether there was a score. Yes, and it is a Wazari, so enough of the body rotation for it to be considered a Wazari. But now it's Man's left-sided Soi Naga attempt from the knees, which was very good, but he lost the grip, and now maybe he'll go for a Sankaku or an arm lock, but it wasn't, it didn't proceed. There was no continuity with the action, so the referee decided to just stop it and let them continue in a standing position. Nice Ouchigari and a very, very good Ouchigaeshi from Mamadov. I think it's just an Ippon. It's not even a Wazari or Seti Ippon, because he just rotates him, and the player in blue lands flat on his back, so no discussion about it. A straight Ippon. A very nice attempt, but even better counter from the Azeri. So great piece of skill, very good attacks, and it's the Azeri who advances to round 2 of under 66 division of this European Open in Cluj-Napoca. Okay, we're now into a contest where Emile Jaring of the Netherlands is up against Luca Caggiano of Italy. it's jarring in white and Caggiano in blue. You can see a Kenkayotsu situation, so an opposite stance situation. It's Caggiano who has the inner grip on the lapel, so he will try to push probably his opponent away, maybe make some room for this kind of Ashiwaza Soinaga combinations, while the Dutch player is happy with a grip, like a deeper grip. Maybe he will try to move even further to the back, try some Osotogari, Kosotogari combination, both with his left leg, but it wasn't enough. And now he goes into kind of Ouchigari Sumigaeshi combination with the cross grip, but it wasn't enough. Well, he put on some pressure on the Italian, now again with those Ashiwazas, so Caggiano has to be careful, cannot let this grip to happen. Yeah, he steps over these techniques, but he also steps out of the contest area, but I think it was because of the attack, so there shouldn't be a Shido for him, so he got away with that. But he has to be careful when he lets his Dutch opponent to just get the grip on his back. That's when the Dutch is really dangerous. And now a very good Sode Tsurikomi Goshi attempt, and obviously we have to have a closer look at it because it was really close to scoring. Very deep, very good, but I think we can also, I think they have to also check if it wasn't through the head. And no score, but no penalty, so the safe option. But now some kind of Yokogake from the Dutch player. He is good with this left leg of his. He tries many different techniques. Uchimata now, and kind of a Kosotogari Sasae Tsurikomi Goshi hybrid, because there he probably went for Kosoto, but he finished on the wrong side of the leg. So nice work, and he's still in this contest. Those Ashiwazas are very dangerous. Yeah, and now it's the Italian who steps out of the contest area, and it is a Shido for him. He got away before, but he isn't going to get away now. Again, drop Soinaga from the Italian. As long as he can keep hold of the lapel and distance himself from the Dutch, he's more or less safe. But when the Dutch player just has his grip over the top or over the side and gets a hold of the back number patch, he is really dangerous. Yeah, you see again, he gets close with his hips, he gets closer to his opponent's body, he tries to put his left arm over the top, he piles up the pressure, and the Italian steps out again, gets another penalty. So he's 2 down now with 1 minute to go. So he cannot really cope with the high grip, and now he even gets nearly caught with kind of Dashi Barai Kosotogari. Maybe he lands on his buttocks, but fortunately for him, he doesn't stick out the arms, so no score, but the Dutch player is piling up the pressure. Drop Soda attempt from the Italian Caggiano. And now it's the Dutch player who steps out, but I think the Italian has to be careful. Oh, both of them actually. And it's the Italian who gets penalized. Third Shido for stepping out, so he probably have to work a bit on those tactics with his coach. And it is the Dutch player Jaring who will advance to round 2. We have now Dylan van der Kolk, again of the Netherlands, against Ruslan Pashayev of Azerbaijan. It's the Dutch player in white judogi and the Azeri in blue.
Fighting now on mat 1, Gabler Alexandre, Germany, and Lemire Justin, Canada.
Oh, very nice. Very nice side-stepping Okuri Ashibarai. So it's the Azeri who starts off with a very good throw, and not good enough or not rotated enough to get him a score, but a very nice piece of work anyway. And now the Dutch player has to be careful with his careless movement to the side. He already knows that the Azeri is very good with those Ashi Waza techniques. So a great job, and now kind of wrong leg Tayotoshi, so not deep enough but strong enough attack to get his opponent onto the ground. No score, but another great attack from Ruslan Pashayev. Now drop Morote Soinaga left-sided from van der Kolk, but he barely unbalanced his opponent. He lost his grip during the attack, so he has to do better than that to win this fight, I guess. And now Koshi Guruma from the Azeri, right-sided attempt. He didn't get hold of the neck very well, but it was a good attack, so I think that he starts to be seen as the better player in this contest. He certainly does more and also better attacks, and every time van der Kolk tries to just move him around, he goes with one of those Ashiwaza, small Ashiwaza like the Ashi and Tokuri, and just unbalances his opponent, so it doesn't let him to pick up the pace. And now right-sided Tayotoshi straight into right-sided Ukiwaza attempt, and yes, it's a non-combativity Shido for the Dutch player. It was a long time coming, I think, so he got away with it for 2 minutes, but now it's the Azeri who is in the driving seat, but it's a slightest of advantages, so we will see. Very good grip, just a small kochi gari, but it does enough to take his opponent to the ground, but it's not a real attack, but it's enough for the Azeri to procure another penalty for his opponent, so good job to him. Ooh, again, very, very close. So he seemed to be going to Koshiguruma to cross over, step over with his right leg, and then he just changes the direction and sweeps with his foot for a Deashi or Okuri Ashibarai, and it was very, very close. And he does that again, so as I said at the beginning of the contest, the Dutch player has to be careful. He cannot be as careless with moving sideways while facing Pashayev. Yeah, and again, very good Ashibarai with his right leg. He probably could have gone straight into a strangle, but he felt maybe that the lapel wasn't there, but he forced another penalty upon Van der Kolk. So it's a Hansel Kumake, and it is Pashayev who advances to the next round.
Romania and Kapelushnik Daniel Israel.
Right, next fight up on mat number 2, it is Alin Albu of Romania, so another of the hosts. He's up against Daniel Kapelushnik of Israel. So I think it's the third matchup of the same configuration here in Cluj-Napoca in under 66 kilogram category. It's Albu in white and Kapelushnik in blue, judogi. Strong exchange of the grips, they break the grips again and again. And nice drop. I think he went for Tai Otoshi, but it was like too far. But a nice attack anyway. Now he has some time to work on the ground. He goes for the Sankaku Gatame, but Kapelushnik was defending very well, so no score. Now time to settle down the coaches a bit. And it is a Shido for Kapelushnik.
Winner Gabler Alexandre, Germany.
But now he has a good grip and very nice Sodet Surikomigoshi
Fighting now on mat
from
1,
Alin Albu.
Golban
Again, from a very difficult high grip, he manages to rotate in kind of a Marikomi fashion. So right-sided stance, he rotates to the left side. Sodet Surikomigoshi, very close. Very good attack, but not close enough. He did, however, break from a very uncomfortable situation, so very nice attack. Now both fighters clinging to the sleeves and breaking the grips and trying to go again. Oh, whoa, very, very good combination. Say it's kind of a Harai Surikomiyashi from the Romanian, but now he's in trouble in Newaza. It's Kapelushnik who goes for Sankaku again. But halfway through this contest, a lot of spectacular judo, but only one Shido against the Israeli. Sumigaeshi attempt from Albu, and I think another penalty might be. No, not yet. Players have been spared. Or did they? No, yeah, I had it right. So it's another passivity penalty for Kapelushnik, and now another this kind of very nice combination and a nice Uranage, but he nearly gets in trouble. So he does it that he comes close with his hips on one side and then attacks with his other leg for a Harai Surikomiyashi, but now Albu was in trouble. There was a nice Sankaku cooking up, but fortunately for the home crowd, Albu was able to just get out of this dangerous situation. But anyway, Albu very close to scoring with this kind of Ochi Harai Surikomiyashi combination, and followed up by a very low Uranage. not, and then he got in trouble of his own with Newaza, but it's a very nice contest. Lots of stuff is going on here. Lot to miss if you're not really careful. Now Kapelushnik tried to get into this high grip situation, and Albu tried to counter it with a kind of Sotomaki Komi from the first grip. And now he is again on the ground. I think he feels comfortable over there, even though Kapelushnik goes into this kind of Sankaku situation. It's not really that threatening for Albu. So Albu in a comfortable position. He was the dominant player throughout this contest. Nice drop Tayotoshi again. So as we can see, he goes for this. I couldn't tell if this was a Tayotoshi in the beginning stages of the contest, but now it was obvious. And now what? Yeah, this is interesting. So both players in a difficult situation, and was there a counter-attacking motion happening? It's quite difficult to say. Yeah, and it's not a Wazari, so we go into a golden score. I'm not sure now if the landing wasn't good, if there was no initiative of the Albu to counter this action, or if just the time ran out, because that's what happened as well. And now a little bit of tactics. I think Albu tried to force this grip infringement for both of them, but he's the only one who gets penalized. And now drop Kataguruma, and was it enough of a counter? Okay, we have some medical assistant needed for Albu, while probably the referees look at what happened. Albu tried to drop for this kind of a drop Kataguruma, and was it enough of a counter? Yep. Well, yeah, there was a break, but there was no contact of elbows or even the hands on the Albu's side of the technique. So kind of a Sumi Otoshi, and they might give a Wazari for it.
Winner on match 2, Kapelushnik Daniel.
Yes, and that's exactly what happened. So Wazari awarded for Kapelushnik. Unfortunately, Alin Albu still required medical assistance, so he wasn't there for the result, the showing of the result. But the Wazari was awarded for the Sumi Otoshi, and it's Kapelushnik who advances to the next round. Right, now we start with under 63 kilogram category, so we will get a glimpse of women fighting on mat 2. It will be Muna Dahuk representing the IGF refugee team, and Lauren Semple of Jamaica. Dahuk in white, Semple in blue. So one-sided grip infringement for Munada Hook, and it's single Shido. She has to be careful. She cannot cope with this aggressive gripping style of the Jamaica's Semple. And as many coaches around the world say, win the grip, win the fight. And obviously it's not always the case. There are some pretty good fighters who can go without grip to a throw in a matter of milliseconds. But most of the time, yes, you don't want to be in a position where your opponent has a good grip and you don't have a grip of your own at all, or not the one you'd really like. Nice right-sided Osoto into Haraigoshi or Ashiguruma attempt from Semple. Tried to go across with her left leg, but the distance was probably too big, but the attack is good enough to give her opponent another penalty. Right-sided attempt of Harai Makikomi probably. It wasn't good enough, but it wasn't a false attack either, so just another attack, and she puts in all these efforts. Right-sided Uchimata now, so she's all over her opponent. She will probably try some groundwork as well, and she'll continue with those maybe not fully committed attacks, but good enough to just get her opponent another Shido. And with 2 minutes to go, it's clearly coming, so either the hook does something good or it could be all over for her. Left-sided Uchimata now, and yeah, I think it's all over here. It'll be probably third Shido. Yeah, just a rearrangement of the judogi. And it is a third and last penalty for the hook, so it is it's Lauren Semple of Jamaica who will advance to the next round.
Fight now on mat 2, Schmidt Agata, Germany, with Osler Seva, Turkey.
Right, so it's Agata Schmidt of Germany in white against Seyna Ozerler of Turkey in blue. Next fight of round 1 of under 63 kilogram category. And it's Ozerler who starts with a Kochigari to Ochigari kind of combination. But now it's Schmidt who has the stronger grip, probably, so she's in the position where she wants to get her right arm inside and grab the lapel. And now this hip technique into Ochigari, a very fine combination, was attempted by the Turkish player, but she nearly gets caught with an Osotogari from Aiotsu, so same stance position. It's a very difficult position to throw from, but if you get it right, it's a very spectacular and very strong technique. And a nice attempt at a turnover from the German. She will probably try to go again, or she will switch into... Yeah, she will go again, so kind of a Japanese style turnovers. Japanese women are especially known for this kind of turnovers, using either underneath grip on the belt or on the lapel, or even on connecting both of the arms, and are very known for it. But nice attempt, nice drive. She tried to continue it over and over again, so very good groundwork skills of Schmidt Agata of Germany. Now it's the Turkish player who tried to exert her dominance on the grip, but she goes to the ground and she is in trouble again. And this time, if she can get the leg out, and she's really close to it, those kind of turnover osaikomis are very difficult to get out of it. And the leg is out, and she's in a very uncomfortable position, and she just taps out. So, as I said, usually when you get into this kind of situation, it's very difficult to even try to get out of the osaikomi position. She probably had her arm trapped as well, so not only was it an osaikomi, but also a kind of arm lock. So a very nice combination on the ground, and it's Agata Schmidt who of Germany who advances to the next round.
Manova, Bulgaria.
Right, next contest in the under 63 women's division is Rania Drit of France against Joanna Manova of Bulgaria. It's Drit in white and Manova in blue. And she gets into the corner. She was in a very difficult situation, and it's Drit who scores a wazaru with Ouchigari. But it was a very difficult situation for Manova, because she would either get thrown or she would have to step out. She risked this defense, and because of that she landed on her side, but the referees are still checking. I think it will stand like this. So a bright start from Rania Drit of France. Yes, and it's a Wazari on the board, and we continue. There was no penalty for Manova because she didn't actually stick out her arms. She just landed on her side, and that's only a score and not a penalty. And Manova, it gets cornered again, so this kind of situation costed her a Wazari in the first place, because she gets cornered and then she either steps out and risks a penalty or gets thrown. So she has to avoid just moving towards the edge of the mat, stick to the middle of the tatami, and she will be left safer. Manova tries to go into a cross grip, and from it a Soto Makikomi, a nice deep rotation, but she didn't connect the arm that much, so the movement was like too low, so she couldn't just take her upper body with her. And now it's another very nice Ouchigari, it's another Wazari, but French girl, which is wise, just goes into osaikomis. She wasn't sure, better safe than sorry, so that's some kind of maturity as well. If you're not sure about whether it was a score or not, it's very good idea to continue into osaikomi, and that's what she did. Nevertheless, she had a Wazari on the board before, so Wazari Avasati Ippon, two nice Ouchigaris, and it's Rania Drit of France who will advance to the next round. Okay, now it will be Nadia Machiko Guimindego from Central African Federation against Agata Shafran of Poland.
Winner Sahar Sagi, Israel.
it's Gumindanego in white and Shafran in blue, and it's Shafran who is in trouble right now because her opponent gets the nice high grip and she puts a lot of pressure on her opponent, and it is a Shido. And it's a Mate, and is the Shido going to be cancelled? Yes, it is. So nothing on the board right now. But Shafran can't really cope with the high grip. She tries to go into some kind of soda. And now she managed to push her opponent into a corner. But she really struggles with this high grip. And it's Nadia Guimendengo who is very, very threatening with this grip. She steps inside to a technique simultaneously with the grip. And now is she going for the strangle? The collar wasn't on, but she tries a turnover. But she doesn't have a great hold of the upper body, so it'll be very difficult for her to do something. And a nice wrong-sided Sasae Tsurikomiyashi, so on the first leg, the closer leg, and then she immediately follows it up with a strangle and then an arm lock, but Shafran manages to go out of it. But she's in real trouble right now. Things don't look good for Shafran, so she has to step up her game. Yeah, it is a Shido for her. Passivity warning or passivity penalty for her, and now it's up to her to come up with some good stuff. Nice standing into dropping right-sided Ippon Sarinaga from Gumendengo. She's winning the grip and she steps over with a nice Osotogari, but now she's in trouble. If Shafran can first get a good hold of the upper body and then just stick the leg out, but she couldn't. So it was a chance, not a very good one, but it was a chance nevertheless. But she has to come up with something. There's a couple of good attacks on the side of Gumendengo. And Uchimata attempt. And just as she steps out, it's Shafran who tries an attack, but it's too far. No real control, and now it's Gumendengo who is working on the ground. I think she feels comfortable in these positions.
Aliva, Ramila, Azerbaijan, and Roxana, Romania.
And it's Shafran with a Sumigaeshi, but it was well read by Gumendengo, and she just drops to the ground. It's not enough for a penalty, so she just stood it up, and it's the last minute, and it's Shafran who will probably go forwards more often now, but she can get caught with something, and she nearly gets with this nice Ouchigari with a rotation movement, so she feints going forwards and then just try to switch the direction of this Ouchigari. You've seen a couple of them before from her. Now not very good drop Iponsoi. She lost the grip, but she stood up quickly. And now it's Szafran who steps out of the tatami and gets penalized, so things don't look good for Agata Szafran of Poland. She has to do something, and it's another nice Osoto into Uchimata, but she lost the grip and she lost control, Gumendego, on the way down, and she was in trouble for a moment. If Szafran could just read it out and then grab her into Osaikomi, this might have been her last real chance of succeeding in this contest. Not very good attack from Szafran. Gumendego trying to turn her over. And time is up, so we'll go into a golden score. 2 Shidos against Szafran, who had some serious problems facing this right arm over the top, and simultaneous Osotogari or Uchimata attempt from the African. And she goes into it again, so very good. Now Szafran tries Osoto of her own, and it is close if she can just turn her over. Yeah, and it is an Osaikomi, a little bit against the tide of this fight, but she gets a hold down, and it is enough. It's already a Wazari, so she will get through. She was in real trouble, and yeah, she managed to trap the leg, but it doesn't matter because it's already a Wazari, and it will be Agata Szafran who will advance to the next round. It didn't seem so, but in the end she was the one who did a nice attempt, and she was conscious enough to just roll into the Osaikomi to keep the drive, to try to rotate her opponent flat on the back, and then she managed to release her leg from between the legs of her opponent and score a Wazari with an Osaikomi.
Martin Hanna, USA, and Brisekan Kristina Moldavia.
Now we will have a contest of Kristina Prischer of Moldavia in blue and Hannah Martin of the United States of America in white gi. It's a nice start from the Moldovan. Right-sided player with some Uchimata Ouchigari combination. Now she tries a Sodetsuri Komigoshi. But now it's Hannah Martin who goes over the top, tries left-sided Uchimata of her own. And now she has time to work on the ground. She tried some Sankaku, didn't really commit to it, probably felt that the defenses of the Moldovans are too good at this stage of the contest. So she's just probing, checking. And we see Uchimata against Uchimata kind of situation. And both of the players try to counter each other's Uchimata with a kind of Uchimata Skashi, but putting the leg in. And now we have a nice arm lock. She will probably try to go for an Osaikomi, and in a minute when the arm goes out, she will go into an arm lock. Yeah, that's like a regular classical Osai-Komi situation from an arm lock position, but you just wait for the arm to go out and you go back into Juji Gatame, and this is what she did. And it was brilliant from Anna Martin, and she will go to the next round. The last contest in under 63 kilogram category in round 1, it will be Isabella Harris of Canada against Malin Fischer of Germany. And as I said, sitting now in the Canadian coach's chair is Janusz Pawłowski, 2-times Olympic medalist from Poland, and now a coach for Canada, one of the greatest Polish fighters in history. And let's see if some of his players can try to step up today, gain some medals here in Cluj-Napoca. So it's Isabella Harris in white against Malin Fischer of Germany in blue. She goes into this cross grip situation where it's either Ochi, Kochi or Sumigaeshi from this grip. I wouldn't recommend going into Uchimata because it might result in a Wakigatame situation. So the players have to be really careful with this kind of grips and techniques which they choose for throws. Okay, he banged his head a bit, so she has to check whether her neck is okay. And we proceed with the fight. Nice Uchimata from Fischer on the edge of the tatami. Harris tried to counter her, but it wasn't a successful attempt. Little more than a minute into the contest, no scores, no penalties. And now it's Harris who tries to get her leg inside, and good Uchimata attempt from Fischer. So both fighters trying Uchimatas of her own. Not very good drop into Sagi, but she stood up quickly, so the referees didn't decide to penalize her. And now she tries to get her arm across for a hip throw with also a leg coming in for kind of Uchimata Ogoshi combination. She drops to the ground at the time, and no score halfway through the contest. Now it's Fischer who tries Uchimata of her own from a deep grip over the back and on the belt. So it's either for hip throws like Haregoshi or Surikomigoshi, or Tsurigoshi if the grip is on the belt, but also useful for Uchimata, especially as she is taller than her opponent, so she tries to dominate the higher grip. And it's Harris who has to be careful, has to try to maintain the distance, and has her left arm on the lapel, rather straight than bent, so she wants to keep the distance. But now she tries and left Uchimata of her own with a belt grip, but she collapses to the ground. Not a bad attempt, but not good enough either. Now right-sided driving Ouchigari into Uchimata combination, and now she has time on the ground. It's past the last minute mark already, but no scores, no penalties. Couple of good attempts from both of them, but nothing really to divide them at the moment. We're into last minute of this contest. If, as it stands, we're headed into golden score, but oh, nice Skashi, Uchimata Skashi attempt from Harris, and now she can work on the ground. She tries to go for the arm lock. She has the wrist of her opponent with one arm, and then the other tries to go for the strangle. She switches back again for an armbar, but she couldn't break the defenses of Fischer, excuse me. And we're into the last 20 odd seconds right now. But it was close. A nice countering movement with her arms. Not close enough, but a very good attempt. And now drop Ippon Soinaga, right-sided effort from left-handed stance. But not good enough, and she has to be careful with those, not to get penalized for that. Meanwhile, she got a Shido. Harris got a Shido. And we are into the golden score. So it's Uchimata against Uchimata on the edge of the tatami, and they even nearly got to the other tatami as well. So the drive was there, but not a good execution from either of the players. Is it? Yeah, and she gets countered again, and this time is it going to be a score? So she did the same movement, same type of Uchimata Skashi, and obviously they had a look on it, but decided against a Wazari. I think from my position it wasn't a Wazari either, because there was no rotation of the body, only little part of the arm, and now she steps across for this cross grip Ochi situation.
Fighting now on mat 2, Lin Chong-yu, Taipei, and Alexandre, Romania.
And now it's Uchimata from Harris, countered with Fischer's kind of Skashi Uchimata as well. So this is what we have seen from both of the fighters throughout the contest. I think Harris was closer to scoring twice with her Skashi, but she has to be careful because she has the only penalty, and this kind of drop sois are very difficult for her. But she now it will be a score. Yeah, so she did a mistake with drop soi. Fortunately for her, she wasn't penalized, and they stood up. And then there was a attack from Uchimata attack from Fischer, but it's Harris who countered it with Uchimata Skashi. Third time makes the charm, as they say, and I think it will be either a Wazari or they will just have a yeah, it's not a Wazari, so it will be a Shido for Harris. No, it's not a Wazari and it's not a Shido either. I thought that they could could have like stopped the action before and penalized for this drop soi, but they didn't. They let it continue, and then I think the score might have been there, but we would have to see it again. But it's now Fischer with her own Uchimata. Yeah, they step. Okay, I'm not really sure about the score, but she's getting close and closer and closer. Now Fischer has to be careful. They're both in the corner, not to step out. Yeah, and now, was it a score? Another difficult situation. I think there was an initial attack from Fischer. It was an Ouchigari, but she didn't commit to it. And then Harris tried to counter with kind of Yoko Sutemi waza, but she landed on her side, as you do with Yoko Sutemis. And was it a continuation and commitment from Fischer? It was, so it is a Wazari, and it's Malin Fischer of Germany who wins the contest. A very difficult contest to be refereeing a lot of different actions, and there is this, from this angle, slow down, we can see the drive behind the Ouchigari. She tried to counter, but she landed on her back, and I think it's a fair score for Fischer. Right, now another contest. It'll be round one of under 57 kilogram category. It's Tanya Tsachi of Moldova against Anna Dombrovska of Poland. It's Dombrovska in blue and Chachi in white. Not a very good first attempt of Tomoe Nage from the Moldovan. Dombrovska trying to have this inside grip in this Kenkayotsu situation. Put her left hand on the lapel, inside, then work on the right hand. Try to bring it closer to her body. Try to win the battle of grips and not let her opponent to come close. And now tries Uchimata. Good attack, and Chachi steps out of the mat after the attack, so no penalty, but a good action from the Polish fighter.
Azerbaijan and Grigorov, Yugoslav, Bulgaria.
Nice movement from the Moldovan. She tried to do this kind of feint, moving sideways right, one side and then stick to the left, but it was Dombrovska's very good Uchimata attempt. I think it wasn't a score because her opponent landed on her front, but it was a very good entrance, very deep. Just a little bit more of a drive and rotation with her arms would probably be enough for her to score, but she couldn't rotate her opponent, and a very good attack, but no score. And it's Chachi who gets penalized. Another Uchimata. This is very nice movement. You can see she gets pace from this step over, this nice drive with her legs. She has to just put a little more effort with her arms to just rotate her opponent. And now right-sided Ippon Soi, and it's surely a Wazari. So very nice drop soi from Dombrovska. It is a score, and now she will probably try to work on this Sankaku. Yeah, the legs are connected. There is a triangular lock on the upper body of Chachi. Can she rotate her? Probably just a little bit more. Maybe she'll try the other direction. No, she wasn't given enough time. But a very nice right-sided drop Ippon Soinaga to get her a Wazari. And she's comfortable now in the lead. She drops again, this time not as deep. From a standing position, not really from a movement, and Chachi was already ready for that, but it's enough for Dombrovska to put another penalty on board for Chachi, so she's comfortable. If she avoids making mistakes, she'll probably get through to the next round. There's some grip fights. She probably shouldn't let the Moldovan have the inside grip at the moment, because she can go with a Ouchigari of her own now. Now Tomoe-nage, and she does a sloppy Tomoe-nage, and it's Dombrovska who lands on top of her into Osaikomi, and it's all over. I'm not sure if they given a score or maybe she just tapped it out, but it doesn't really matter at that stage. It's Dombrovska who wins the contest and advances to the next round.
Fight now, Dombrovska Sian, Great Britain, and Almelikai Hesa, Saudi Arabia.
Right, so we are now going to see a contest in the under 52 category. It will be Sian Bobrovska of Great Britain against Hesa Almelaki of Saudi Arabia, and because there aren't so many players in this division, it's already a quarter-final, and it's Sian Bobrovska who is now working hard on this arm lock. She will probably just, yeah, it's close, yeah. She was working on a good grip on the arm, on the elbow, and after that she succeeded with a nice Juji Gatame, and it's Sian Bobrovska who is through to the semi-final.
Dimitrov, Gabriela, Bulgaria, and Pasqua, Alexandra, Romania.
Another quarter-final in the 52 division. It will be Gabriela Dimitrova of Bulgaria against Alexandra Pasqua of Romania. It will be Pasqua in blue and Dimitrova in white. As you can hear, Alexandra Pasqua has a lot of support from the stands, probably some of her teammates and family as well cheering for her, but there is no easy task in front of her if she is to overcome Dimitrova, who does a nice Uchimata attempt and straight into groundwork. So Pasqua is in trouble, and yes, she gets penalized for non-combativity. So she has to use the support and come up with the good things of her own. Now Dimitrova drops down for a left-sided Soinaga attempt. It wasn't the best one, but it wasn't the worst one either, so she won't get penalized for false attack. But she has to be careful with just dropping to her knees like that. Okay, now some grip infringement. fighting. Oh, this was better. This was a very good drop soinage, morote soinage style. And it was a very good, very quick, just drops between the legs of her opponent, just drops beneath. A little bit more of the drive, the rotation with her arms in the direction, and it would probably be all over. Now another Uchimata right-sided attempt, and it will probably be another penalty for Alexandra Pasqua. So she has to step up, has to do a little bit more of her own. She tries to get her right arm over the top, but it's a very nice drop sode from Dimitrova. She get a hold of both sleeves. She doesn't want to let Pasqua to get her arm over the top, so she got a hold of her sleeve, and when the arm tried to went over the top, she just drops again between the legs for a soded surikomigoshi. Very good job.
Winner Talib of Azerbaijan.
And another drop soda. Yeah, this one's better.
Fighting now on
I think
mat one,
also Pasqua has to be careful
Canada and
with
Moldova,
grabbing the leg like that,
Germany.
so that she isn't considered to be doing a leg grab. Yeah, they are having a look at it. Yeah, and exactly. She did grab the leg as a part of defense from the Soded Surikomigoshi, so it's a third Shido, and it's Dimitrova Gabriela of Bulgaria who advances to the next round.
On mat 2, fight now. Veroster Ivo, Netherlands. And Zubantan Sukan, Kazakhstan.
I think we will move now to mat 1 to see some of the under 60 kilograms fighters. And it's Joel Demare of Canada against Alessio Morone of Germany. Of course, if you want to continue watching round 2 of under 66 kilogram category, you can freely jump over to mat 2, and we will stay here on mat 1 to show you some of the under 60 kilogram fighters and maybe some of the under 73 kilogram fighters as well, as we are approaching round 2 and some very good matchups in those categories. So it's Canada's Demare in white and Alessio Morone of Germany in blue. Yeah, a lot of movement. Yeah, nice drop. Soinage from Morone, but he lost the grip on this on the sleeve, so it was nearly impossible to throw. But a nice deep entrance, very good movement, and you can expect with the fighters fighting in under 60. You obviously can expect a flurry of attacks, so it will be a lot of going on. And we can count on some good judo. And a Sotogari attempt from Demare, followed up by Ayoko Tomoe. Good situation, good combination. Not good enough for a score, but he has shown some skills here. Now nice drop soi from Morone, but he couldn't rotate. He stayed sideways to his opponent, so it was very difficult for him to throw. And now we can see Demare has some tricks up his sleeve on the ground. Nice ukiwaza from Domare, but Murona somehow is able to defend it. He was very unbalanced, but lack of the drive in the final part of the throw was there from Demare, so he wasn't able to rotate his opponent to the side, and that's how Murona got away from this. And oh, nice, a very nice counter. I think it was a careless Deashi from Murone and countered with a kochi of Demare. So you shouldn't be careless with your ashiwazas. Yeah, we can see. No, it was just a straight kochi gari. The movement, the sideways movement from Murone was there, so very nice work from the Canadian, going for a kochi gari while moving sideways. And we have we are watching. There is some debate. I think we are checking something. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It is Wazari. So little less than a minute, and now it'll be the German who will probably push forward. Yeah, try to pressure up the Canadian who does the first mistake, drops without any commitment to the Stomoe and gets penalized. Canadian tried to burn some time on the ground. The clock is ticking out. So he has to hold on for 30 more seconds. He can get one. Oh, and he goes for this ukiwaza or kata otoshi style sutemiwaza and scores another wazari. So it's a wazari oseti ippon for the Canadian, and he will advance to round 2.
Winner Demaer Joel, Canada. Fighting now on mat 1, Vollemon, Tiber, Netherlands, and Schumann, Ariel,
Coach
Israel.
Janusz Pawłowski obviously happy with the performance, but he will have a couple of things to say to him afterwards. Right, so next contest on mat number 1, it will be Tiber Vollemon of the Netherlands against Ariel Schumann of Israel. It's going to be Schumann in blue and Vollemon in white, and we start off with a drop ochi from the Dutch player, followed up by some groundwork by Schumann. Right. Oh, nice groundwork from Schumann. He went for a okurieri jime, but also tried to get hold of the arm, so that it was very difficult for his opponent to defend simultaneously from the strangle and the arm hook. And now drop soi nage from Schumann. And it will be the Dutch who will have the opportunity to fight a bit on the ground, but he decided he is not interested really that much. So it's Schumann who has the high grip and goes for a uchimata and tries to answer that The Dutch player tried to answer that with Ochi on his own, but now he's in trouble. Is the collar on there? No, but he goes for the Juji. First he has to just trap the arm, and then he can worry about the leg, but there was no further advancement in this situation, so the referee decides to call mate, and we will continue in a standing position. It's Schumann who initiates the attack, but it's the Dutch player who was closer to scoring, like kind of a very lightning fast Skashi. And now Schumann went for Sodeguru Majime, but both his arms were on his opponent's face, so it was a mate situation. And he drops for a Tomoe Nage, but it wasn't really the best execution, so he has to be careful. If he does it again, he probably will get penalized. It's Vollemon who goes into his own Ouchigari, landing on one of his knees. Schumann drops for a off the sleeve Soinaga, but it was very difficult for him because his opponent was moving the other way. So if you do not have a hold of either a lapel or even the shoulder, it's really difficult to throw like that with this kind of rotation. Nearly impossible without breaking your opponent's arm. And it's Schumann again with the Tomoya. It's not a very good one. So it's Vollemon who gets a penalty. Couldn't come up with any attack in the last 30 or so seconds. Yeah, and here's another drop soi off the sleeves. So Schumann is probably going to stick with that. Now, when the tactics come into play, Vollemon just tries to hold on to those Ouchigaris and cannot come up with a better attack of his own. And there is some minor medical assistance needed. And we would move you to mat 2, but apparently there is a COVID disinfection break over there right now. So we will probably try to watch some highlights at the time. And we're back.
On mat 2, wait please.
It's a Shido
Wait,
for
please,
Vollemon.
mat 2.
Yeah, he goes close, and was he countered? They were really low, but there was this Uchimata style movement, but it probably wasn't enough for a score, and it's now Schumann who tries to attack in Newaza. He goes for the arm lock, but it's off. And we are going to head into a golden score. 2 Shidos for Tiber Vollemon of the Netherlands, so he's in real trouble. But it's a golden score, so if he can come up with something, it's up for the grabs for him as well. Again, the drop Soi, both hands on one side of the sleeve. Very difficult to throw it, but possible. And now Yoko or Tomo Enaga attempt, but not the best one, and it's a penalty for a false attack. And now Vollemon goes into this kind of jumping inside Ochigari, sometimes switched into Uchimata, but he wasn't able to get a proper hold of the grip on both sides. And now there is a strangle. It is on, and he's out, and he taps out, and it was a very fortunate but a very good attempt from the Dutch player. As I said, he was 2 Shidos down, but anything can happen in golden score, especially one moment of lack of focus, a moment of being tired, and you can go out. And now we'll have a cleaning disinfection break on mat 1. So I will invite you to watch some highlights maybe. We'll try to show you some of the stuff that happened here today already. we're back. The COVID disinfection break is over. And we are seeing the last match of round 1 in under 60 kilogram category. It's Mutas Kavaja of Saudi Arabia against Alexandru Matei of Romania. And is it on? Yeah, some good stuff on the ground coming from Matei. He has to just get the leg out. He tries. He's getting close, but yes, and it's out. And it's an ippon. So not only was Matei working for the Osaikomi, he also apparently had Shimewaza on. And it is Matei Alexandru of Romania who will go to the second round of under 60 kilogram category. Next up on mat number 1 will be the start of second round of 73 kilogram category here in Cluj-Napoca, and it will probably start with some fireworks show as the hosts number 1 seed Alexandru Raicu will go out on the mat, and he will face Zamarin Poladov of Azerbaijan. Raicu, Alexandru, 15th place of the world ranking list, fighting for his home crowd here in Romania, and let's see if the young Azeri player is able to upset him here. He goes for Osoto and switches it to Sotomaki Komi. The drive is on, but not only is he not able to rotate his opponent even to the side, I believe also the break during the technique wouldn't be counted, so the score wouldn't be counted either way, even if the opponent landed on his side. There was just too much of this break, the technique took too much time. Now nice Uchimata. Both fighters seem to prefer left-sided stance. Now he goes again for the Sotomaki Komi, but nearly gets countered. But he puts on a lot of work, yeah, and it results in a Shido for his opponent, for Poladov of Azerbaijan. Every time. Oh, a very nice Yoko Tomoe straight into Juji. As we can see, also the acrobatic skills of the Azeri Tombo Gaeri defense from Yoko Tomoe. This starts to shape up pretty nicely. You can see some good skills from both of the fighters. Now it's Poladov who puts Raicu under some pressure with this cross grip and going close with his hips. Tried some kind of Uchimata but quickly collapsed, probably feeling that Raicu was in a good position to counter, and now he goes for a turnover but couldn't trap the arm between him and his opponent's body, and in this situation it would be very tough to just rotate his opponent to turn him over. Some not really committed Ashiwaza from both of the fighters. You could say a combination of low kicks even, and it's a Shido for the Romanian, and it's all even now. Both Shido apiece halfway through the contest. And another left Uchimata from Raicu. Oh, and he nearly gets caught and then he goes into osaikomi. It's a kami shihogatame, and yeah, this was something. Raiku nearly gets caught with this soto makikomi or osoto makikomi. Yeah, starts with as osoto and then proceeds into makikomi. He probably just caught his arm out, and that's what saved him. But he was also very quick to go into osaikomi, and unfortunately for him, the hold wasn't this good. He hadn't had a good grip on it, so that the Poladov was able to turn over from it. And now another Yoko Tomoe and another acrobatic defense from Poladov. So as I said, we could expect fireworks, and so far we cannot be, we are not let down. This can really go both ways. Another Soto Makikomi from Raiku. Last minute, oh, and a nice Uchimata, and now he's in trouble. Who is gonna to come over at the top? Was it a head dive? It's certainly. He also touched his shoulder, but the referees are going to look at it either way. Very good attempt. And then straight after that, yeah, so it is a head dive. It was a dangerous situation for the Azeri who was attempting the throw. You can see not only his head but also his neck was in very unnatural and threatening position. So that's what you're not supposed to do. You're not allowed to be dangerous to not only your opponent's health but also of your own. This is against the spirit and the rules of judo, so he had to get penalized, and it was a good attempt, but it wasn't allowed.
Winner,
Right, next fight on mat number 1 is Yehonatan Elbaz of Israel against Jake Benstead of Australia. So another intercontinental matchup here in Cluj-Napoca. The Israeli in left-sided stance, pushing out, but in an allowed way. Just trying to put his opponent under pressure, which is successful. Jake Benstead steps out of the tatami and gets penalized for that. And very nice attempt by Elbaz. It's Wazari on the board. As you can see, a very low Tayotoshi of one knee, one-sided grip, just puts the other arm on top of the sleeve arm. Nice rotating movement, and it is a Wazari. And oh, that was dangerous. And now Benstead of very low, Sorinaga of his own, and Elbas attempts a turnover. Now if he can get first a good hold of the upper body, then he could have tried to release the leg to untrap it, but unfortunately for him he couldn't, so we'll continue in Tachiwaza again. The Israeli trying to have the better of the grips. You can see he's preparing something. Yes, nice left-sided Osoto, and then he puts more pressure on his opponent on the edge of the mat, and now goes left-sided Osoto Makikomi. And unless Jake bends, he will be in even more trouble. I think second penalty is coming up for him, and he is, even more importantly, Rosari down halfway through this contest. Yes, second penalty, so two Shidos down, Rosari down. So if he is to come up with something, it's probably the time for it. They broke the grips, and is it Shido for breaking the grip? Yes. You see, he wasn't instantly trying to grab his opponent after breaking the grip with both hands, so that's where the Shido came from. You have to just go for the grip instantly after you break it. Some drop Kataguruma attempt from the Israeli, then Osoto, and now a huge pickup. So close. What started as a Osoto could have turned into a huge pickup from the Israeli. Oh, and he does the low of the sleep Etoshi again. It's a very good attack. It's very difficult to defend against. Both hands on one sleeve, very low rotating movement when they are trying to twist the body. And now Kochigaka attempt, but probably too little too soon for Jake Benstead of Australia. And now Benstead tried Kochi Gaeshi off his own. 20 odd seconds to go. Benstead still can afford a Shido, but he doesn't really look at defending. Yeah, it's this kind of drop Kataguruma again. A really good drive. It's probably safe. 19 seconds. He had advantage on the grips for most of the contest. Now he goes just for this one-sided grip. Defended easily. And 7 seconds to go. He probably won't let anything bad to happen to him. Oh, and it's even another step out penalty for the Australian. So it's Benstead who goes out, and Elbas will go to the second round, to the third round of under 73 kilogram category, and will face number 1 seed Raichu. You can see the replay of this very nice, very low one-sided Tayotoshi. And we're on to the next second round match. It will be Telman Valiev of Azerbaijan in white facing Part Las of Estonia in blue. Not a very good start for the Estonian. Gets penalized for dropping to the ground, and now he tries this Osoto or Sotomaki Komi technique, but Valiev not only easily defends from it, but even tries a counter, kind of an Uranage pickup of his own. So comfortable start for Valiev. 45 seconds into the contest. Right-sided Ochi into Uchimata from the Estonian. But as I said, the Azeri looks comfortable defending those techniques. Now he puts his arm over the top into the back of his opponents, gets closer with his hips and closer, and tries a really nice Kosotogari, and he does that for a Nippon. Magnificent work from Valiev of Azerbaijan. He didn't rush it, he prepared it. He got a really good grip, very strong grip, and then he executed this Kosotogari in a spectacular fashion. Look, he gets closer and closer. He gets a hook and then starts the reaping motion. So it's definitely a Kosotogari. You can see the throw is because of the reap, not a hook or not even a sacrificing motion. So it's not a Yokogake either. Anyway, you call it. It's a beautiful execution of a fine technique. Right, now it will be Oron Giner of Israel against Xavere Morka of Poland. Morka starts with a Yokotomoe. He couldn't get the movement right. He couldn't get unbalance his opponent, and it's a Shido for a false attack, so he's not off to a very good start. In previous round, from what I saw, he also got a couple of penalties initially, but managed to win in a golden score. So maybe it is the way he starts most of his contests. He tries with the Sumigaeshi, same type of technique, different kind of execution, different direction. So right-sided Sumigaeshi. This time it was a little bit better, so no penalty for Morka. But he goes for a Kochi. The struggle for the grip. So the battle of grips is now what we are seeing. Now it's a left-sided Uchimata attempt, and Morka goes for the Uranage. And is there a counter? Is there the initiative of Oron Giner? I think they will have a closer look at it. You can see the action was initiated by Giner, then he goes to Uchimata. Now Morka tries Ochi, but as you can see, both hands of the Israeli went to the chest of Morka, pushing him to the ground. He also had this leg inside, starting with Kochigari and then stepping into Ochigari. So unfortunately for my dear friend Morka, but it is a valid score, and it is a Nippon for the Israeli, who advances to round 3 of under 73 kilogram. Now we'll have a number 2 seed, Adrian Sulka of Romania, of which I have spoken in the beginning, and he is off to a bright start with a Kosotogari, and he's fighting against the Azeri Nariman Mirzaev, who's in blue judogi. So as I said, it will be interesting to watch the battle between Raichu and Sulka. At first they are on the separate halves of the draw, but it is, I think, safe to say that they have a pretty good chance of advancing all the way to the final. We will see how it turns out in a couple of hours, but off to a bright start, Sulka anyway. Nice Kosotogari, couldn't get the push, the drive, but he does it again, this time even closer to scoring, but Mirzaev was quick enough to react, to rotate mid-air on his front. So no score, but another good attempt from Sulka, who now tries to do a turnover. He has trapped his opponent's arm. He goes for the juji and just couldn't get the contact right, and also kicked his opponent on the face. It was unintentionally, but the referee decided to stop it. Nice sign of sportsmanship. High five, and we continue. But it's looking good for Sulka at the moment. He tries the kochi again this time. Tries to combine it with some kind of tani otoshi or ukiwaza movement, but he has to be careful because the Azeri opponent is starting to feel this technique. He tried to counter it with ouchigari of his own, and it will be interesting to see if that's the case. Now the Azeri focuses on the grip, and it's a mate, and it's going to be a penalty. Yes, no real effort as of yet from Mirzaev. He cannot be disappointed about the decision, but he obviously is, as everybody would be fighting. Nice jumping Osoto from Sulka, and now he has to be careful. He tries this Tani Otoshi Kosotogake combination again, but Mirzaev was able to just withstand it. But he's getting angry, Mirzaev, most probably with himself. He cannot come up with any real threat against the Romanian. He defends well, but it's not enough. Maybe now both arms have a good grip, and it's Sulka who goes with this low kataguruma style sutemi waza. And we are approaching the 3 minutes mark, so we are into the last minute of regular time. Single Shido against Mirzaev. Sulka looking composed, trying this Sutemi Wazas, but this was dangerous. He nearly gets countered, so not very a wise move. He should now feel that it's getting close, but we can see some problem. Is it only a cramp, or is it something more? The Azeri player needs a moment to recompose himself. It's a Shido. Yeah, so he's 2 Shidos down. 30 odd seconds to go. It's not looking really well, but yeah, another one of those Kosotogaris from Sulka. It's getting closer and closer. He tries again this turnover for armbar, and apparently a Sankaku as well. So some nice groundwork from him coming. some quick advice from his coach, Dan Fazi, himself a very successful Romanian international, whom I faced during my time as well, and it's probably going to be a golden score now as we run out of time. So we go into a golden score. He drops again, he tries it, and he has to be careful. A nice Sumigaeshi counter. Couldn't execute it very well, but now I think Mirzaev just feels those drops coming, and he tries to counter them, but it might be a little too little and too late. Because I think one more attempt from Sulka and it will all be over for Mirzaev. Now Sode into Osotogari from Sulka. Now, yeah, and Kosotogari combination. Is it going to be a score? I think it's either a Shido or a score. No, we cannot really say it's a Wakigatame or anything like that. I think. No. So it's either a Shido. No score, no Shido. I think it's like he got the lifeline. It's his last chance probably. Yeah, he got to work a bit. Uchimata to Sumigaeshi attempt. But as I said, I think Sulka is looking comfortable. A short break to rearrange the judogi. We continue. 1 minute and 15 seconds into the golden score on this round 2 under 73 kilogram contest. Nice combinations, some Ashiwaza and another of those Syoko Sutemis, while Mirzaev tries to counter it with Sumi, but it looks very difficult. Sulka gets really close to the ground, spreads his weight evenly, so it's difficult to just either pick him up or even rotate him. Okay, some advertisement problems, but that's settled, so we can continue. And this time another Kosoto, this time more of a Gake and closer, and he again tries to go for this armbar turnover, getting hold of the elbow and switching it into Sankaku, readjusting the legs and trying to go back to Juji.
Winner on the 2, Azerbaijan.
And now Mirzaev is in need of some medical assistance.
2, Young Charlie, Great Britain, and Kapelushnik, Daniel,
While
Israel.
coach Dan Fazi is giving some last advices to Sulka. He's looking comfortable, having 2 Shidos in favor of him. Mirzaev picked picked up 2 Shidos. 2 minutes into the golden score, having come close to scoring on couple of occasions during the contest of this fight. And Mirzaev is back on the mat, and we can continue with the contest. Uchimata into Kochigari. And now, is it? Yeah. So he attempts another one of those Yoko Sutemis and gets countered by an Ochigari. And I think it can stand. Yes, it stands, so it means Sulka loses his contest, and we won't see him in the final with Raiku, that's for certain. And it will be Mirzaev who will fight in round 3. Right, now we have Alexander Gabler from Germany up against Giannis Golban of Moldova. It's the German in white and Moldovan in blue. Nice Kochigake to break the unfavorable grip, while one of them was trying to grab up high, the other went into no grip Kochi Gake to unbalance and break the grips. Now we have a nice small Ashiwazas coming up from Gabler. But he drops to the ground too easily, unbalances himself, goes to the ground, and he's penalized for a false attack. Right-sided stance, both of the players. Difficult situation. Kochigake against Kochigake, Osoto Gari against Osoto Gari on the same side. As we could see, Osoto Gari tried counter by Osoto Gaeshi into the Makikomi. And we'll probably see a couple of those during the contest. Another Osoto. Oh, that was very nice. Very low Tanya Otoshi from the German. Buzari scored. You can see, while the Moldovan probably tried some kind of Ochigari, stepping out, low Ochigari. He was caught by the German with a very low, starting as a Kosoto and then into Tanya Otoshi combination for a Wazari. Shido a piece, and Gabler leading by Awazari tries a nice Soinage, which starts off the knees and then he drives upwards and finishes it off with a second Wazari. So Awazari Awaseti Ippon. Quite a comfortable win. Shaky start, I think. He had to feel the difficult situation of Ayotsu, so same stance. Couple of shaky attacks at first, but then felt comfortable enough, executing 2 nice techniques. First Tanya Otoshi counter, and then very nice drop Soinage into nearly standing Soinage, so he drops underneath, right between the legs, and goes upwards. The drive is there, the momentum is there, and it's enough for a second Wazari and a quite comfortable win for the German. And he will face Mirzaev of Azerbaijan in round 3. And now we have Suleiman Hamad of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in white judogi facing Nurlan Osmanov of Azerbaijan in blue. Yeah, some grip infringements. Yeah, you have to be more committed to trying to grip, and if you aren't, then you get penalized. Drop soda, but without real rotation, no repositioning of the body, just drops underneath, so he's lucky to get away with it. Good for him that he stood up so quickly, but it's really battle of the grips now. The Azeri tries kind of kataguruma variation to the right side and then right-sided Osotogari. Suleimani follows up with another drop soda on the left, and it's a Shido for the Arabi against nothing for Osmanov. Shigarai. Bent over, tries Yoko Tomoe, but no real movement. It's very difficult to execute Yoko Tomoe without the sideways movement. He tried to, but wasn't able to even unbalance his opponent. And now it's Osmanov with a Ukiwaza or Kataguruma variation. We're halfway through the contest. One Shido only. And now very nice drop Ippon Soinaga from the Azeri. And it's another penalty for passivity for Suleiman Hamad. Nice coachy Makikomi, but it was probably enough for a score, but either way he gets also pinned down with a Yokoshiho Gatame. I think the initial counter, the Kochi Gaeshi, could have been considered a score, maybe, but he wasn't able to escape the Yokoshiho anyway. So it's a quite comfortable win for Osmanov of Azerbaijan, and he will advance to the next round.
Winner of Azerbaijan.
And upcoming contest is the last contest in round 2 of under 73 kilogram category, and it's Eric Hamm of Great Britain facing Sagi Sahar of Israel. It will be Hamm in white judogi and Sahar in blue. Hamm from both sleeves, a nice drop Sodet Suriko Migoshi, and it's a Wizari scored. A nice setup. He started with picking up both sleeves, then a small Kochi to make himself more space, and then he drops right between the legs of his opponent. The setup was very nice, and the drive was there. He sprung from his knees and committed really to this technique, and Awazari on the board for him. So very nice movement, especially with the Kochigari setup. That was probably the most important thing, apart of the drive and the spring. And now it's Sahar. Yoko Sutemi, this Kataguruma variation. But it wasn't able to unbalance Eric Hamm. And after a minute, single was Ari on the board.
Winner Ivanescu Florentina, Romania. Fight on mat 2, Schmidt Agata, Germany.
Now a nice right-sided Ippon, standing Ippon Sainaga attempt, and now he drops for a Soi again, Kochi. A very nice flurry of attacks from the British fighter. He wasn't able to execute them for a score, but nice combination nonetheless. But now he's in trouble. There is a Sankaku. He has a really nice hold with his legs. If he'll be able... No, he wasn't able to rotate his opponent. So quite threatening situation, but Eric Hamm was able to defend it pretty well as well. And it's a penalty for Sahar of Israel. I think he grabbed the leg, or he put his fingers inside his own trousers. I couldn't see that very well, unfortunately. But I don't think this Shido will be this important when it comes to the final result. Really, Eric Hamm really comfortable with this. We had a Uchimata attempt from Sahar, but it was well defended, and now it's Hamm who is doing the work on the ground. If he just can get a good hold of the upper torso first, yeah, he does, and now he'll have time to just untrap the leg, to take it out, and all the while just burning the clock, winding the clock down. He wasn't able to release the leg, but a couple of those precious seconds were out of the clock anyway. So he's in quite comfortable lead. No Shidos for him yet. 1 minute to go. He can afford 2. He did some good attacks as well, so he's quite comfortably on the lead. The only thing he has to worry is not let Sahar to grab this upper grip, high grip, which he was trying to do all the time. So far he was able to just trap the sleeve in his hand, and when the hand went up, he just dropped underneath, just like that, with a drop, either drop Sodatsuri Kamigoshi or drop Ipponsoi. So he's constantly one step ahead of Sahar. He's doing great. He stays composed. Yeah. He gets the grip perfectly. And now nice Kochigake. And he won't probably let his opponent down from the ground. Now 20 seconds to go. He will try to go every possible direction, try to work on the ground, wind up the clock, release the leg, untrap it. Yeah, and it's all over. He got the Osai Komi. And fair play to him, he doesn't want to release, so he's going on for the Ippon, and it's a Wazari Avastati Ippon. Quite comfortable win for composed Eric Hamm of Great Britain, and he will face Nurlan Osmanov of Azerbaijan in the next round. Let's watch some replays. So first this Kochigari to Sodetsuri Gomigoshi combination, and then Kochigake from a cross grip into Newaza situation. As I said, comfortable win for Eric Hamm of Great Britain. Great job. And now we proceed to the second round of under 48 kilogram category. It will be number 1 seed Priscilla Morant representing Mauritius and Alexandra Pop from Romania. As I said in the introduction, will Pop be able to upset number 1 seed today? She already won her first fight, Pop, and you can say she's all warmed up right now. She has a lot of support from tribunes. Difficult stance, right against right. Oh, a huge Osoto from Ayotsu position. So right against right. It was a very good, huge sweep, but maybe some lack of control in the final stage. So probably Pop just over-rotated. The impact and the pace and the momentum was very high, but the precision wasn't. And maybe this lack of precision just went from the sheer power of the attack. As you can see. Yeah, over-rotation. She caught her while she was trying probably a sort of her own, so intuitive, lightning fast Osoto Gaeshi maybe from Morant, and she's in lead now. From Marikomi position, left-sided Sode from Pop. And now Tomo Enage attempt. So after initial advantage on the side of Priscilla Morant, Pop got back to work and did a couple of good attacks as well. Cross grip, Osotogari, and is it enough? Probably not. Couldn't get the other arm to the ground as well, but nice Osoto of her own from a cross gripping position. And we approach the half of the contest mark. And it is a Shido for Morant. But will it be? Yeah, it'll stay. Morant having better of grips, and the referee calls Mane, and it will be one-sided grip penalty for Pop. So it's all even in terms of Shidos now, but Morant is leading this contest by Lazari. And she again tries the cross grip, also to Kochi combination. But yeah, Morant doesn't do a lot from it, but she is not in no position to do. And now it is a nice attack of Sotogari, but was it before or after the mote was called and the referee decided the grip infringement, which is probably right, enabling your opponent attacks with your grip in certain ways. With stiff arms especially, it's not allowed, so it's another Shida for Pop. Morant utterly defensive now and trying to just wind up the clock. Nice Tomoe Naga from Pop after failed Osotogari. When her opponent was standing up, she tried a Tomoe and this flurry of attacks results with Shido for Morant. So it's only half a minute left, but she already has 2 Shidos, so she has to be really careful to make a mistake if she's going to up. And a nice counter. Haregoshi Gaeshi tried by Morant. 18 seconds. If she continues to be careful and doesn't open herself up but also avoids any mistake, she'll win. But it will be Pop who will just run towards her, try to get this uncomfortable grip and try to do something from this one-sided grip. Probably Osoto's Obitori combination, yeah, and it is Osoto Obitori combination, but she wasn't able to just rotate and turn over her opponent. And it is Morant Priscilla who advances to the semi-final of under 48 kilogram category.
Winner Morant Priscilla, Mauritius Island. Fighting now
Very
on
huge Osoto Gari, or even Osoto Gaeshi. You can see that it was actually Pop who initiated the movement. She got her leg up as if to attack Osoto, and she got countered with an Osoto Gaeshi, but it was over-rotated. Huge throw for the Wazari. Then the final minute was a little bit shaky, but she didn't really look startled at all. And the next quarter-final in 48 kilogram category will be Faustine Bernard of France facing Shihana Al-Zelai of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Not committing for a grip results in a penalty, and that's exactly what happened. So she has to go for the grip. She does. She tries this Yoko Sutemi, but gets countered with a kind of Uchimata Makikomi. And now the French is also into Sankaku, and it is an Osaikomi situation. Only 10 seconds of hold down required because of the Wazari already on the board. So a quite comfortable win for Faustine Bernard of France, and she will face Priscilla Morant of Mauritius in the semi-final of the under 48 kilogram category. It's on the board. A customary handshake and a quite comfortable win. And she tried Uchimata, but she didn't really get the leg in the middle part of the throw, but it's kind of Uchimata Makikami for the Wazari.
Malin, Germany.
Third quarter final of under 48. It'll be Emile Platon of Great Britain against Ramila Alieva of Azerbaijan. Platon in white and Alieva in blue judogi. She goes into this Ochi Uchimata combination, but Alieva was able to defend it pretty well, and now she's on top. And is the strangle on? I think it's on. I think the collar is under the chin. Yes, and it is an equal. So very nice transition work from Alieva.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunate attack from Emile Platon and a quick transition into Okuri Regime from Alieva, and it is she, Alieva, who will fight in the semi-final today here in Cluj-Napoca. Last quarter-final of under 48 kilogram category, it'll be Georgia
We kindly ask you to not
Caggiano
serve the
of
lunch in
Romania
the serve
against
hall.
Tukce
We
Beder
have first floor of
from
the main
Turkey.
entrance. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Georgia Caggiano is 95th place in the world ranking list in under 48. Tukce Beder not yet ranked, I believe. Oh no, she has some results. Yeah. A nice drive, maybe a little too quick decision because she was transitioning pretty well, the Turkish, from Tachi to Newaza. Now Yoko Tomoe, nice attack, and she is back at it on the ground. She probably favors kind of Sankaku or arm lock combination. She starts close to her opponent's head. Yeah, very nice deep Yoko Tomoe. She lost the grip on the sleeve though, so she couldn't rotate her opponent. Okay, a Yoko Guruma attempt, counter attack. So she's clearly in the driver's seat of this contest. Caggiano penalized, probably penalty for passivity on her behalf. Oh, it's the Yoko Tomoe again. This time it was closer. It's probably a little bit over-rotated, but I'm sure the referees are going to look at this. But nice attack and nice defense as well. And is it on? She has Sankaku. If she can get no, and she tapped out. So the strangle was on, and also she had, at least for a second, an osekomi. Caggiano was in a very uncomfortable position herself, so she tapped it out. And it's Tukce Beder who will fight in the semi-final of under 48 kilogram. She was the last contestant to book herself a place in this semi-final. Right.
Fighting now on net 1, he is Joshua, Great Britain, and Yevgeny Rashad, Azerbaijan.
So, first quarter-final of under 60 kilogram category. It'll be Joshua Giles of Great Britain against Rashad Yelkiev of Azerbaijan. It'll be Giles in white and Yelkiev in blue judogi. As I mentioned, Joshua Giles is the #1 seed, but with only 130 points. We had many unranked fighters in this division today, so it's really difficult to make a judgment based on the rankings. Many young players, top talents from the respective countries to go onto the tatami today. Many interesting fighters, many of which we will hear about in near future probably. Nice attack from Yelkiev, Sodet Surikomi Goshi, probably his favorite technique. This time not a very good drop to this popular these days kataguruma or drop kataguruma with an overlap grip. Another drop sorry from Yelkiev. And direction change Ochigari from Joshua Giles. And now he's going for Sankaku. Is it on? Yes, it's on. Yeah, it's really on. It's an osaikomi. Yeah. And I can't really see Yelkiev coming out of it. It's a pretzel-like situation, really. So it's a very strong leg connection there, and also he trapped the other leg with his free arm. So a very good Sankaku from Joshua Giles, and he advances to the semi-final of under 60 kilogram category, where he will face the winner of the next contest, which will be Chongyu Lin of Taipei against Oshar Soyonov of Israel.
Winner is
We have the
Joshua
result.
Leader.
Very nice groundwork. I think British style groundwork. For many years, British players were renowned from their ground performance fighting in Newaza. And a very good performance from Joshua Giles today. He books himself a spot at the semi-final. And as I said, it's Lin of Taipei in white against Soyonov of Israel in blue. A very nice drop Tayotoshi, and he continues to Uchimata. Really good stuff from Lin. So a nice combination, what starts off as a very low Tayotoshi. He then puts his leg inside and just lifts his opponent upwards for a Wazari. And now he follows it up with a very nice Ochigari for Ippon. We probably can get a replay of this. Yeah. Nice. Straight Ippon, flat on his back.
Winner Lin
So a
Chongyu
very convincing performance from Lin. And I think Lin may cause more problems to Joshua Giles than he had in his previous contests. So it will definitely be an interesting semi-final in under 60 kilogram category. Now, from Pool C, we'll have Talibov Nazir of Azerbaijan facing Joel Demare of Canada. It's the Azeri in white and Canadian in blue. They both seem to be trying to do a lot of ashiwaza. Oh, he tried the twitch, I think, the Azeri, with that movement forwards and then finishing it off with either Nidan Kosotogari or Tanya Toshi. Drop Tayotoshi, followed up with the Ashi or a Kosoto Gari for Wazari. Good stuff from Talibov. Drop Tayotoshi, and when he stands up, yeah, it's a Kosoto Gari for a Wazari. Ah. Curious technique from the Canadian. Sometimes see it up from different players across the globe. where you sit down, you spread your legs, try to hook both legs of your opponent. And another drop Tayotoshi, and he tried to get the leg inside, similar style to the previous winner Lin, but he just took too much time to execute this kind of movement. And now it's a right-sided drop on Sainaga from the Canadian. Not very good attack. And we have a standing Sainaga, Ippon Sainaga into kind of Makikomi movement from Talibov for Ippon. So it'll be Talibov who takes the first place in the second semi-final of under 60 kilogram category, and we will watch next who he will face
Fighting now on mat
in the
1,
semi-final.
Vollemon Netherlands and Mate Alexandru Romania.
Maybe kind of Uchimaki Komi. There is this kind of technique. Because we can see that he gets the initial movement, but it's the Makikomi movement which gives him the score. And the last quarterfinal of under 60 kilogram category is a fight of Thibaut Vollemon of the Netherlands against Alexandru Matei of Romania. Vollemon in the white judogi, Matei in blue. And it's Matei who goes for an arm lock, but he couldn't just keep control of the arm. Nice job anyway. Kochi into Soda from Matei. Nice job, but he couldn't get the initial movement one side, and that's why he didn't rotate enough for the following up of Soda. And now Ochi into Uchimata. It's all over him now, so I think it's going to be a Shido. Yes, it is. So a nice push for Matei. He put his opponent under some pressure, constantly piling up the attacks. For a Shido knife, he'll probably take a short break, trying to work a bit on the ground, if possible, and then he will come up again. Good tactical approach from Matei.
Winner, Janssen Danik, Netherlands. On mat number 2, fight now, Kormaz Irem, Turkey.
Yeah, very careful
Patri
gripping
Tera,
exchanges,
Italy.
so both of the fighters favor probably the inside grip in this Kenkaiotsu situation. So opposite stance situation. And it's Matei who again tries to go into the groundwork. Good tactics from the Romanian. Okay, halfway through this contest. No scores as of yet, only a single Shido against Vollemon. But it's Matei who I believe looks more comfortable. He looks better on the grip. He's usually one step ahead, doing a lot of good ashiwazas. And it's another Shido. Probably it will go both ways. Could have gone both ways. Probably, but it's a good tactical play from Matej. I wouldn't say on a cruise control, but he looks comfortable. Yeah, that's what I said. It could have gone both ways, probably, but it's what he's up to. But this is a good Yoko Sutemiwaza attempt from Vollemon. Yeah, it's like his first real threat, and it came after nearly 3 minutes, but it was very close. And if he can just get the leg out, and he probably can, it's very close. Is it? Matej is holding on to this leg, and now he rotates. Yeah, so good job. Vollemon was really close, but in the end, I think Matej quite comfortably got out of this perilous situation. Still, he can afford one Shido, and that is probably what his game plan for the rest of the fight will be.
Commentated Serbia, Italy, and Dombrovska, Poland.
Yeah, and as soon as he felt that this Kosoto to Kataguruma to maybe Tanya Otoshi move was threatening to Matej, Vollemon started to trying it more often. He'll probably try it again in a second if he has the chance. But meanwhile, it was a penalty for Matej, so it's all square now. Whoever gets the next penalty goes out, and as we are approaching golden score, whoever gets the point also probably wins the match. Nice soda from Matej. And we have a golden score for this last place in the semi-final of under 60 kilogram category. Nice Uchimata combination from Matej, and it's now Vollemon who will have a little time to invest in Newaza. Both fighters tired. One coach had to be calmed down a bit. Too much emotion over there at the side of the mat. Not the best attempt from Vollemon. And again, a flurry of sloppy attacks, I'd say. Not very good ones. Both fighters really tired now. It's very hot here in this hall, and these fights are really going to cost them a lot of energy. Stamina levels are going to be very important. Meanwhile, it's Vollemon who is on the top. If he can get the leg out, yeah, but we have the same situation as just a minute before. But was there also another thing? Because Matej was holding his shoulder in pain after this sequence of events. But he seems all right, I think. And the fight continues. Yeah, it's another of those Yoko Sutemis, the kata otoshi or ukiwaza style techniques. And same situation all over again. If he can get the leg out, Matej will probably roll over to the side because he cannot seem to get a real good grip on the upper body with his arms and with legs trapped between the legs of Matej. So we've seen it before on a couple of occasions during the course of this fight. And it's a third Shido for Matej, so it's Vollemon who books the last spot in the semi-final.
Fighting now on mat 1, Raico Alexandre, Romania, and Elbaz Jonathan, Israel.
We will stay on mat 1 for the quarterfinals of under 73 kilogram categories. And it will be Raico Alexandru, the #1 seed of the host nation, Romania, in white judogi, and he will face Yehonatan Elbaz of Israel, who will be fighting in the blue gi.
Mat 2, Vandenberg, Shannon, Netherlands.
I think it's going to be a close match, both of these fighters having a good fights in the previous rounds.
Fighting now on mat 2,
It's left against left.
Ivo,
High
Netherlands,
situation.
and Jan, Romania.
Small Ashiwaza twitch from the Israeli. Okay, and nice flurry from the Israeli. So Raico is starting it slow. I think there's a grimace of pain on his face, so something might be wrong with him. He doesn't look himself. If they do not, Coach Gary, so something definitely is going on out there. It's the Israeli who is now on top and tries to do something, but Raico is he limping? I don't think so, but yeah, I think he's limping a bit. So something is wrong with his leg, probably. Yeah, look, yeah. He cannot really stand on his left leg, probably. So his elbow. Yeah, he has a good grip on the upper body, but couldn't finish it off. Yeah, so it's Elbaz who is in a better position right now. There'll probably be a Shido, but it looks as though Raico isn't able really to walk. Yeah, it's a passivity penalty for Raisu, but it's like the least of his worries. Look, he's protecting his left leg, and why does he continue fighting in this situation? Good exchanges, yeah. low, ultra low Tayotoshi from the Israeli, from one-sided grip. And now he steps over to this Makikomi, Soto Makikomi, right-sided attempt, but it's not really convincing. Give him time to rearrange his gi. And they are going to continue. So now you can see Raiku is taking a different stance. There's obviously something wrong with his leg. Good Sumigaeshi attempt, but he nearly gets caught into Osaikomi, and then from the ground Uranage attempt. Of course, no possibility of getting a score with this. It's already a Newaza situation, but good reflexes from both of the fighters. Kind of a Sasaya attempt from Elbas. Raiku is going to the ground, but he will continue fighting. He will try. Yeah, no, not very good. He gets a lifeline at the last chance, but this attack probably could have been considered a false attack. Now he does something better though. But he can barely stand, so Tomonaga from Raiku. That's not a convincing one on the signal, and we are into golden score. Raiku 2 Shidos down, and not really convincing, probably because of some kind of injury. Yeah, and it's Elbas who steps into a nice jumping Osotogari.
Now champion Taipei and Husseinov Elchin, Azerbaijan.
And he'll probably continue fighting like that. Yeah, Sasaya. But, oh! It was close to a huge beat. And now... Yeah. Is it? Yeah, it's similar situation that happened in Raiku's previous fight, and maybe the neck wasn't as twisted, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it is a Hamm Sokumake for Raiku. So both number 1 and number 2 seeds from Romania in this category are out. I was thinking in the morning about an all-Romanian final in this category, and both, as it stands, are out. Raiku will have a chance probably to fight in the repechage, as this wasn't a threat to his opponents, and the direct Hamm Sokumake was threat for himself. So he will have a chance to fight in the repechage, but I can't see him doing so well because of his performance or the injury but we will see. Now the next quarterfinal is Telman Valiev of Azerbaijan against Oron Giner of Israel. It's Valiev in white, Giner in blue. So it's a Shido for stepping out for Valiev. Out of contest area Shido. Yeah, both seem to set up some kind of Sodet Suriko Migoshi with their grips. Valiev now changed and maybe will try to get closer to his opponent. Yeah, like that. And it's a huge pickup. Yeah, huge Uranaga from Valiev. Spectacular job. I thought he was setting this up when I said that he wants to get closer to his opponent. And then when Giner launched his not so committed Uchimata, it allowed Valiev to get even closer, readjust the grip,
Fighting now on mat 1,
readjust the grip again,
Azerbaijan,
pick
and
him up,
Alexandre, Germany.
take the leg on the outside and then lift with all of his body, helping with the leg and over for a huge ippon. And it is Telman Valiev who will face Elbaz of Israel in the semi-final of under 73 kilogram category. Now, next quarterfinal in this weight division will be Nariman Mirzaev of Azerbaijan versus Alexandre Gabler of Germany. And it's Mirzaev who tried with a Sumigaeshi, but another acrobatic defense, and Gabler came unscathed of this action. Ooh, what? Yeah, this is interesting because from the instant it looks like, yeah, like a counter, like a Kosotogari or just an Uchimata Gaeshi. And yeah, obviously both went to the ground, but there is this initial leg movement, this Gaeshi movement from the German. So the refereeing commission will have a closer look at it, probably slow motion and not only, because it is a difficult situation to assess. For me, I think, even though the Azeri thought that he was making the action, it is in fact the counter from Gabler that is the valid score. So it's Azeri for Gabler. Yeah, and now Mirzaev is requiring some minor medical attention, so maybe we'll try to move to mat 2 to watch a contents of the quarterfinal of this under 66 kilogram category, and it will be Yanming Cheng of Taipei versus Elchin Husseinov of Azerbaijan. Interesting fight, golden score. Both fighters Wazaris on their boards. Cheng 2 Shidos to Husseinov's 1, and it'll be interesting to see. Ooh, nice counter. No score though. And was this a too long of a break to make it a score? We'll see. But meanwhile, it's the Taipei fighter who is trying a strangle, and I think they will check it, but yeah, well, old rules probably Missouri. New rules, I wouldn't be so sure. So proper decision from the ref, I guess. Ooh, and now this looked dangerous here from my position. A one-sided Sodetsuri Komigoshi. No, but he didn't make the drive, so he didn't use any of his body to get onto the onto his opponent's elbow. So a good decision by the referee as well. But good attack. And now Husseinov putting Cheng under a lot of pressure. Yeah, so another Shido coming up, I believe. Yeah, it is another Shido. So it's Husseinov who wins. Meanwhile, on mat 1, in the fight which we were observing, Mirzaev just got Wazari back against Gabler with Sumigayashi of his own. So down on mat 1, it's a draw again. We will stay on mat 2 though, with the quarterfinal of Mamadov of Azerbaijan against Fryer of Great Britain. But I'll try to keep an eye also on the under 73 kilogram category because this fight turns out very interesting. It's a Wazari each, and they do not seem to want to stop. Nice Yoko Tomoenaga attempt from Mamadov. He wasn't able to just unbalance his opponent anymore, but good movement on his side. And now one of those drop katagurumas, which are quite a popular thing right now. One-sided Uchimata followed up by another one of those Kataguruma style Sutemiwaza techniques by Fryer. It's 1 minute into the contest. No score, no Shidos. A blank page for both of them. Fryer has to be careful not to let his opponent to grab, and stand up like this, and really good defense. He tried to counter this Kataguruma with Sumigaeshi, but he had to be careful not to land on his back because it could have been counted as a continuation rather than a counter. And down on mat 1, Gabler has just won, so for any one of you who are interested, it was initial Wazari for Gabler, then Mirzaev got a Wazari of his own and Gabler got another, and he will fight in the semi-final. So we're back to under 66 kilogram category down on mat 2. Halfway through the contest, no scores, no shidos, and it's Fryer who is doing a lot of good stuff here on the ground, and we know the British are pretty skillful in that department. And here goes the turnover, and if he can, he lost some part of the grip over there, as I think it looked promising, but he just couldn't finish it off properly. Gripping exchange. Oh. A nice move, very nice move. What started off as a gripping exchange turned out that Frey was able to just go behind his opponent, trying first kind of a kosotogake and then some kind of uranage, and this, I think, was enough for the referee to show a Shido penalty, non-combativity penalty to Mamadov, who now tries a drop soi of his own, but it was easily stepped over by Fryer, who was successfully able to sidestep from it, to be precise. And he goes again into this turnover. I think firstly popular, especially among Japanese and then some Belgian players. Now a couple of the Spanish ones as well. So a quite popular turnover. Apparently there is no longer such a thing as like one style of judo, like the Japanese style turnover, because everybody does that now. And drop kataguruma, and he tries to counter it again with a sumigaeshi as the clock winds down, and we are going into a golden score. Only Shido for the Azeri on the board, so still pretty much an open contest. But Mamadov seems to have some discomfort and grimace on his face, so maybe not everything is in right order with him, with his health. Yeah. Nice. The twitch, as some of the British friends would probably call it. And then straight into the groundwork, so I think this might be Fryer's game plan for the remainder of this. Yeah, so the twitch into a Tanya Otoshi or Yoko Otoshi, I'd say. And if he's able to keep the distance, not to get Mamadov to grab with his right arm over the top, he may be able to see it off. Meanwhile, Mamadov saw that Tsurikomi Goshi, but he nearly gets countered, and it's a good performance for both of the fighters. Somewhat calculated, not really anybody wants to open up, but you see, as long as Fryer doesn't get himself caught with this right arm of Mamadov's, he stands a quite good chance, and that's what he's trying to do, avoid getting caught. And it results in another Shido for Mamadov, and One more for him and he's out of this quarterfinal and into rep judge. Now drop Kataguruma. Good job. And meanwhile, Fryer's teammate Eric Hamm just won with Osmanov, so the other Azeri in under 73 kilogram category.
Winner Hamm Eric, Great Britain. Fighting now on mat 1, Pop Alexandra, Romania, and Al-Sheli Shihana, Saudi Arabia.
Ooh! Very nice Kosotogake into Tsutemi Waza, I think. Technique, maybe Kosoto to Taniotoshi, with a very good job. He wasn't looking like he would be able to pull off such a trick. Look, he's limping off from the mat, so certainly something wasn't in order, but is it like a Nidan Kosotogari into Taniotoshi, maybe? Okay, so it'll be the last quarterfinal of under 66 kilogram category, and it'll be Ruslan Pashayev of Azerbaijan in white facing Daniel Kapelushnik of Israel in blue. Strong right against right. So an IOTS situation.
Platon, Emile, Great Britain, and Caggiano, Georgia, Romania.
Yeah, he tries a lot of Ashiwaza to just unbalance and move his opponent a little bit, but it wasn't really successful. And now maybe something big is cooking up. Now they making the distance shorter, and it's a Uchimata Ukigoshi combination maybe from the Azeri, but now he's in trouble as Kapelushnik tries to go for a Sankaku. Are we looking at? Oh, and we have Hansa Kumake apparently for a head dive. I'm not sure about it. Maybe we can get a replay.
Winner Kapelushnik Daniel, Israel. Winner on mat 1, Platon, Emile, Great Britain. Fighting now on mat 1, Yelkiev, Rashad, Azerbaijan, and Soyonov, Osher, Israel. Fighting now on mat 2,
It's difficult. I
Sempre
don't know
Loren, Jamaica,
if we can
and
see
Shit
the
Agata,
replay of
Germany.
that situation. And if not, we can probably rely on the referees and Okay. Yeah, I think it's consistent with the referees today. So the head goes down to the ground, the neck, yeah, it just bends in an unnatural way. So I think it's consistent with the rules. Okay, we will go now to under 63 here on mat 2. The repechage fight in this category will be Lauren Sempler of Jamaica against Agatha Schmidt of Germany. We'll stay here for some time maybe. It's Sempler in white and Schmidt in blue. Right stance against right, so as you can see, Sempler tries to just hold on to the sleeve, don't let Schmidt grab her lapel with this arm. She feels that because she's a little bit shorter fighter, if the right arm goes over the top, she will be in trouble, so she will try to get hold of the sleeve and just keep it down for as long as she can. Because when the right arm goes over the top, look, she is in trouble and she gets thrown, but she gets thrown after the mate. He stepped out of the contest area, but the referees will have a look on that, and it is a Wazari.
Winner Yevgeny Brashad, Azerbaijan. On mat 1, fighting Demer Joel, Canada, and Matei Alexandru, Romania.
A nice turnover if she can get the hold down over there. Again, but she cannot just connect her arms probably. And now she tries again. Yeah, we saw her today a couple of times trying this turnover. Yeah, very nice Uchimata in the end. But it has been cancelled. Yeah, so the Uchimata has been cancelled. It was after mate. Both players stepped out of the contest area, so probably a right decision. Even though it came after a few moments, it's a valid decision and a righteous one as well. Ooh, oh, so close. And this was really nice, but she couldn't just control the trajectory, I think, and she collapsed. It was her action, her Uranage. Look, it started very well, but then she just maybe slipped over or collapsed, and she could have easily gone down as well on her back, so she had to be careful. It's halfway through this contest. It's a Shido for Sempler. And now she tries her left Haraigoshi when Schmidt is trying to counter, and she counters with a Sumigaeshi. But we are not sure about the landing, the Sumi or Obitori Gaeshi. It looked to me as if it could have been a score. Like a very nice work here. Then Ochi Kochi. We didn't see the landing on the other side, but it is a Wazari for Schmidt, who now attacks with another Uchimata, and this time for Ippon. Great throw.
Winner on mat 2.
Yeah, great
Schmidt,
attack. This Tsuchimata was a threat ever since the beginning of this contest, and finally she managed to just execute it. A nice driving Tsuchimata Ken. She needed a couple of readjustments, but but which every hop, the arms were rotating her opponent, twisting her towards the ground, so nice job. Now it's another rip charge in under 63, and it's Agata Szafran from Poland against Hannah Martin of the United States of America. It's Szafran in white, Martin in blue. They are just on the edge. In the corner, it's Uchimata against Uchimata, or a hip technique against hip technique. Drop Soinaga attempt from Szafran, but not a very good one. Yeah, now she positions her opponent on the edge. She probably should use it. Martin's. Oh. Yeah, once the Martin's arm goes over the top, she is really dangerous. And now on the ground, if she can, first of all, she will probably try to get control over the upper body, and then she will try to untrap the legs, take them out, but she wasn't able to. And it's a Shido for Agata Szafran. So now she has to work a little bit harder. But look, as Martin just pulls the sleeve. She controls the sleeve better. She pulls it towards herself. So it's very difficult for Szafran to be in a good position to attack. Martin is probably the more experienced fighter, and she is controlling the sleeve better. And once Martin gets the other arm over the top, that's when she's really controlling the fight. Look how she just positions her opponent in the corner or at the edge, and then she has different possibilities. It's either a throw or just provokes her opponent to make a mistake and get a penalty. Oh, this time a better attack, and yeah, a good combination of drop Ippon Soinaga and Kochi Makikomi on the left side. This was a bit better from Szafran. Probably it is the way to go here. Yeah, Shido now. So Shido a piece. Yeah, this is a little better from Szafran.
Canada. Fighting now on mat 1, Raico Alexandru, Romania, and Giner Oron, Israel.
Yeah, but once Malin got penalized, she understood that her tactics weren't working this good, so she resolved back to just fighting on the edge, repositioning her opponent. Look at the sleeve. Yeah, that's what I said. When with her right arm, when she pulls her sleeve towards herself, she repositions her opponent, and not only the opponent isn't able to attack, but also their defense is worse than before. Now she tried a turnover on the edge. Yeah, and once again, right arm towards herself, left goes over the top, but Oh, what a combination.
Fighting now on
It
mat
was a
1,
counter to a counter to a
Isabella
counter.
Azerbaijan and Osman
But in the
Mutas,
end,
Ariel,
I think
Azerbaijan.
deservedly, Martin wins the repechage. She was tactically sound, better. She had a clear game plan. She made a couple of mistakes, letting Shafran a couple of attacks, but in the end, I think she achieved what she wanted to, and the fight looked like she wanted it to look. So
Fight on mat 2.
good tactics.
Martin Jasmine, South Africa, and Patritea, Italy.
Okay, so we will move. Oh, no, we'll stay here for the 57 rep judge, and it'll be Jasmine Martin of Republic of South Africa facing Thea Patri representing Italy. It's Martin in white and Patri in blue. And it's a little bit of Sankaku now, groundwork from Patri. Both want to control the sleeves pretty much. So a very nice drop saw that Suriko Migoshi of both sleeves. So this is probably Martin's game plan. She will probably try to cling on to those sleeves, not to let her opponent grab the lapel with either hand, and this is what she's going to do, while Patri will look for her chance in Newaza. We can see that she goes into the Sankaku with a lot of conviction. And sleeve versus sleeve. Now Patri tries soda of her own and nice low change direction Ouchigari, so you try to make a feint of going forwards while you try to do Ouchi, and it's also quite popular at the moment. So this change of direction during Ouchigari, sometimes even made from one of the knees on the ground. It's interesting to see, and I think it's resurgence because it's obviously not a new technique. Probably came with a lot of Italians in recent days. And now, ooh, good. Huge hip throw from Martin. She had a nice setup, good high grip, and then she went over with her hips across, but she couldn't. No. Okay, so it is a Wazari. It is a score. And now another change of direction. So she started with a right-sided attempt, and then she turns all the way to the left, so that Suriko Migoshi. And it's right. Osoto from. No, this isn't the best idea. This cross grip Uchimata. Or one-sided grip Uchimata. Nice left-sided Soda Suriko Migoshi from Patri, but she's Wazari down, and most of those attacks, even though nicely timed, are not a real threat for Martin, so she has to step up her game. She has to do something else, something more, if she is to come victorious from this match. Martin looking quite comfortable with the grip. Yeah, always stepping aside from those techniques. And now we'll be probably trying to work on the ground last minute of this contest, so she will try to burn the clock, try to waste a little bit of time, obviously in a methodological fashion. So she has to rearrange her judogi. Normally she shouldn't wait for the sign of the referee to do it after every action. If you fear you are in disorder, you have to do it on your own. But sometimes in the heat of the battle you just can not see it. Or you don't feel it, especially if it's the backside of the judogi. So sometimes the ref will just give you like a small information, and sometimes if you don't do it a couple of times you can also get penalized for it. Meanwhile, 15 seconds to go, and it's probably going to be quite comfortable for Martin. She doesn't have any shido, so and she goes for the pickup, but didn't risk trying to self-throw herself. And all in all, quite comfortable win for Martin. And she will fight.
Winner of match 2, Martina Jasmine, South Africa, cleaning break.
And now we will have a cleaning break, so I will invite you to watch some of the highlights of this competition. And I will see and hear you in some time.
On match 2, fighting now Pelleteri Silvia, Italy, with Brunel Manon, France.
Fighting on mat 1, Mona Priscilla, Mauritius Island, and Bernard Faustin, France.
Okay, so the cleaning break has to be postponed because we still have contest going on. So we are back, and we will go to mat 1 for a semi-final match where Priscilla Morant of Mauritius faces Faustine Bernard of France. It is Morant in white and Bernard in blue. It's the semi-final of under 48 kilogram category. See Morant, slightly shorter of the two, is most of the time preoccupied with trying to catch the sleeve of her opponent with her left arm, because she knows as soon as the French will get her right arm over her head, she's in trouble. So she'll be focusing on having the sleeve. And she is comfortable in this position. We have seen her before throwing a nice osotogaishi from this position, but now she's in trouble. And yes, and it's a successful arm lock by Bernard from a sankaku position. And she got in trouble after a Yoko Tomoanaga or a Tomoanaga, and it is Bernard Faustin of France who will fight in the semi-final of the 48 kilogram category.
Winner Bernard Faustin, France.
And we have a second semi-final of the under 48 kilogram category. Up next on mat 1, and it is Alieva Ramila of Azerbaijan facing Tukce Beder of Turkey. It is Alieva in white judogi and Beder, who just had a nice Sodet Surigoshi from the knees attempt in blue. A little calming down of the coaches, and we can move on and continue with the contest. Kosotogari from Alieva. So, yeah, Pedro will probably focus now on fighting from both of the sleeves. We saw her doing Sodet Surikomigoshi before, and now Yoko Tomoe from this position, and she knows she doesn't want to get caught with this right arm of Alieva's going over the top, and it's Alieva who gets a Shido penalty for passivity. Yeah, but another low Sodet Surikomigoshi.
And Dimitrov, Gabriela, Bulgaria.
Nice Kosoto from Alieva. So as soon as Alieva gets both her hands on the grip, so she has her right on the lapel and left on the sleeve, she is very dangerous. But it's the point of better Tukce to not to allow Alieva to grip in such a manner. So look, she starts off by either breaking the grip with her left arm or just trying to catch first and then just pull downwards, and thus limiting Alieva's whole arsenal. And now a nice Yoko Tomoenaga attempt from Beder, and this game plan is working for her pretty good, pretty well. She goes for Sankaku and now for a different kind of turnover, and goes back to Sankaku. This is looking good. She probably will go the other direction, yes, and it's an Osaikomi. And it's a very strong Osaikomi, so yeah, she taps out. So a very tactically mature performance from Beder from Turkey. She was well aware that she cannot let her grip this her own lapel, and every time she broke the grip over there, she was in a driving seat or the driver's seat, and she had the contest under control. Right, we will stick on mat 1 for a semi-final where Joshua Giles will face Chong Yu Lin from Taipei in the semi-final of under 60 kilogram category. And as we saw today, Lin quite the thrower, very effective judo, very stylish judo, throwing for Uchimata and Ochigari. From Joshua Giles we can expect a lot of tactical skill, I think, and also probably a pretty decent groundwork, maybe a couple of throws as well. So we'll see how it turns out. Okay, it's right against left. Nice blow, Tayotoshi from Lin, but he can get himself in trouble. again, this hopping, driving Ouchigari from Lin. He scored a Nippon in the previous contest before with it. And now a nice Tomoe Nage. Very fast, the reaction, because the initial attack was started by Giles, I think, and then very lightning reflexes for a Tomoe. No score, but nice bit of judo and also of acrobatic skills from Giles, as he was able to twist over it. And now a penalty for blocking the lapel. Nice Ashiwaza to help with the grip. Right. So excuse me for a little bit of silence, but we had to deal with some things here. So we're back to the semi-final, Giles versus Lin. It's nearly halfway through the contest. Single Shido for blocking up the grip, blocking out the lapel for Joshua Giles. And as we are closer to the half of the contest mark, Lin follows up with a really nice low Tayotoshi.
To Elena, Romania. Fight to match 2, Sagi, Romania, and Caggiano, Taipei.
Yeah, it's Giles who tries to put some of the Ashiwaza himself. He does Ochi, Kochi. And he gets a penalty for Lin as well because of this pressure. Lin had to block him out, and it's a Shido apiece right now. And another nice low Tayotoshi from Lin. So yeah, both. Oh, so close. Yeah, it's some kind of Skashi probably. Yeah, but he just lost the grip, so he couldn't control the body of his opponent. He couldn't put the correct trajectory for the move. Yeah, and now, yeah, they're fighting on the edge. And another blocking out, so very tough call for Lin. He has to go and readjust his gripping pattern. He cannot block out Giles because he gets penalized for that. And now Giles was all over him in the Newaza, but as we have seen, Lin, powerful thrower, so probably he still has a trick or two up his sleeve. Going either very low with the Tayotoshi or very high with the Uchimata or Uchimata Skashi. Or switching backwards for a Kosodo. "13 seconds. And we'll have a golden score. Both of the fighters, I think, happy, or maybe not happy, but they were reluctant to do something before the signal for golden score. So we're into the overtime, and now it's Lin with a combination of first very low Tayotoshi and then switching the direction backwards to Ouchigari. and I think it was close, but he couldn't get the rotation he wanted, and he couldn't reap with his left leg because he was too far out. And now it's time for Giles to do something, and he does Kosoto, but it's easily countered by Uchimata of Lin zone. And yes, it's a Shido for Giles, so it's a Shido, two Shidos apiece, and it's now Lin who tries to put a lot of pressure on Giles, trying to force the third Shido by a flurry of his own attacks. Oh, this was good. I'm not sure if it wasn't a bear hack because we didn't see the other part of it, but a nice reaction from Lin with Ouchigari very low. He nearly caught his opponent. And now Giles has to do something, and he does. A very nice counter attack. Ouchigaeshi this time to get his opponent to the back and to the side and then to the back. And with this Ouchigaeshi, Wazari is scored, and it is Giles, who the #1 seed, who will be fighting in the final of under 60 kilogram category. In the second semi-final, it will be Nazir Talibov of Azerbaijan fighting against Tiber Vollemon of the Netherlands. It is Talibov in white and Vollemon in blue. The final at stake. They are, oh, very nice. Yeah, I wanted to say they will probably start slowly to just get to know each other, maybe to find the best way to approach it, but Talibov had a different idea about it, and he started strongly with a Sodet Surikomigoshi, the standing variant, so quite spectacular throw.
Romania.
And he repeats that feat, and now he scores a Wazari. So as I said, no introduction phase. He just goes straight all in from a fire, from right stance to a left throw with Marikomi, Sodet Surikomigoshi. He leads by Wazari, and I guess he will try to repeat the feat shortly, as he is kind of impatient to be in the final, or so it seems. He tries with the Kurie regime, but probably he couldn't get the lapel or the collar just under the chin. Now Vollemon tried to respond with a nice low Ouchigari, also with this kind of change of direction on one-sided grip, so it's a good job from him. So again, Ouchigari, was it enough for a Wazari? Where their two arms stick out, yeah, that's what they are trying to establish right now. From the look of it, maybe. There's obviously one hand, and I think the other went on as well, so it probably should be. Yeah, we cannot see the right arm of Talibov, really, but to me it seems that both of them were on the ground, so it should be a Wazari for Vollemon and also a Shido for Talibov. But as we cannot see the other camera, we cannot see the different angle, we will have to just leave the decision to the referees, as always. Okay, so probably there was no contact of the other hand. And this is a perfect response. This is a perfect response when somebody doubts you or tries to implicate that you got thrown. Then what's the best way to reply if not to just throw your opponent with a spectacular ippon, a nice, very low Tayotoshi
Fighting now on mat 1, Elba
from one
of
knee.
Israel and Ariel
Very
of
good
Azerbaijan.
execution. He waited for the initial attack, then made himself some space, and then attack of his own. And he wins. Right, now we go to the semi-final of the 73 kilogram category, where Yehonatan Elbaz will face Telman Valiev. Elbaz, the Israeli, will fight in white gi, while Telman Valiev from Azerbaijan will be fighting in the blue one. Yeah, it was Elbaz who dropped out number 1 seed Raiku from the route to the final, and it'll be interesting to see if he can go all the way to the final. Drop Kataguruma, or some kind of Ukiwaza variant from Valiev. Osoto from the Israeli, they are always very dangerous when they step up the pace. They do those quick steps. And now, very, very dangerous situation, yeah. And how about that? I think that Elbaz was already in Newaza, so there will be no score, but very fine change of pace from both of the fighters. So for a second we didn't really know which way it even may went, and not only which way it'll go. Now a nice drop Tayotoshi from Elbaz. And ooh! How about that? Yeah, so he steps in and then steps out and goes the other direction, while Elbaz was trying to counter with a Uranage of his own. It is Valiev who goes for the score for Kosotogari or Kosotogake. And I think the only way, or the only thing to check whether it's not a full ippon. And that's what we are probably waiting for down on mat 1. But superb work, yes, it is superb work. Nice ippon, very nice combination. As I said, the change of pace, the quick step out and step back was what made this spectacular throw possible. He goes in, he goes out, and he goes back in again. While his opponent thought he was countering. So a very nice movement, very good job. Right, now we will go to the last contest, last semi-final of the under 73 kilogram category on mat 1. It'll be Germany's Alexandre Gabler in the white judogi and Hamm from Great Britain in blue. The stake is the final, and they already started strongly. Flurry of attacks from both of the fighters. Now good grip from Hamm, and he goes for the sleeves and for the soda. Not the best attempt from Gabler, and it results with a Shido. He hadn't had the grip when he went for the drop, so Shido for him. But from the pace of the contest, it seems that it'll rather be a short one, I reckon. Boys really got to work early. This time it was a good attack from Gabler, and Hamm tried to follow up in Newaza, but Gabler got back to his feet quickly. And the fight continues in a standing position after 1 minute of time. Okay, another nice deep Soda Tsurikomigoshi, and now very nice footwork from both of them, I think. One tried Okuri and one Kouchigari. Oh, not the best attempt by Gabler. Luckily, he probably got away with it. And now he goes for Kochi, a little bit better. Kochi Makikomi off the grip really. And he'll have a chance to do something in Newaza. But he didn't take that chance, and the fight will continue in the standing positions. Ooh. Yeah, it was a nice Soda Tsurikomigoshi, but the head did touch the ground, and I think yeah, well, to be consistent with what we've seen, they have to look at it, but I'm not sure if there's like more to this than what happened in previous fights. So we are just awaiting the referee's commission decision. And down on mat 2 we have a semi-final contest. Ivanescu Florentina against Dries Rania, if you're interested in that. It's a semi-final of under 63 kilogram category. And I think we will move to that mat. We'll move to mat 2 because we are still awaiting a decision here, and it may take a bit of time, and we have several more semi-finals lined in for mat 2. So I will obviously tell you what happened at mat 1 when I know it, and if you want to, you can just click the button and stay on the mat 1, but we'll move here to mat 2 where the semi-final of under 63 kilograms is underway. And is it a Wazari? It looks as it could be. And we will have a look at that. Yes, it is. And down on mat 1, it was a Hansokumake for Eric Hamm for head diving with Soda Tsurikomigoshi. So you've seen everything what happened down on mat 1. It was a Hansokumake, and we will stay on mat 2 because we have a few more semi-finals lined in for that mat.
Fight Obradovic Anya.
And the
Serbia and
next fight,
Germany.
it's semi-final where Anya Obradovic, world medalist, will face Malin Fischer from Germany. It's Obradovic in white and Fischer in blue. A nice two-step Haregoshi attempt. She just needed a little bit time for her. And we're underway again. Okay, so not committing enough to gripping, to getting the grip, good grip, and keeping it is what this penalty was all about. Too much, say, boxing with your hands. It's not very good, and what we saw here, it was very nice driving Ouchigari from grip changing position by Fischer. And now a nice Osotogari. So it's the Fischer who is looking good in this fight as of now. She started strongly and nearly got a score with driving Ouchigari. And it's now up to Bradovic to come up with some good stuff. Meanwhile, it's Fischer with again this Ouchi Kosoto combination. And no, this is after Mata, so no score from this. A nice Waki Otoshi or Yoko Otoshi style Sutemiwaza. Maybe if she committed a little bit more, she maybe had a little more grip on over, that would be easier. And now she goes to a Sotomaki Komi. But it's a very difficult, very tactical fight, and it's Fischer who gets the Shido, even though she was, she was in a better position at first. She put a bit of attacks, and now we have cross grip against cross grip, and yeah, it's probably going to be a score. It was very fast, and we would have to see the landing again. But nice Osoto from Obradovic and some nice groundwork to follow it up. Maybe not quite enough. So no score, and we continue. She drops for a Soda. Left-sided Soda Tsurigami Goshi. So she's probably trying to force another Shido. She can take one as well. So she's good also with her tactics. And she's aware that just one more Shido and and it will be over with, and she will be in the final of this European Open. So yeah, that's what she did. She knew that, she put on some, maybe not the best, but decent attacks, and she was waiting for the referee to just signal it out that it's all over. So it is Obradovic who will go to the final, and now we have a couple of more of semi-finals. We will start now with the first semi-final of under 57 kilogram category. It will be Danik Jansen of the Netherlands versus Irem Korkmaz of Turkey. Jansen in white, judogi, Korkmaz in blue. Both of them try to have the better grip. Both of them like waiting a bit, trying to have as slightest of advantages on the grip. Let's see, probably both started with opposite hands on the lapels, but stay in the opposite stance. So it's a difficult when you're facing the other direction and you want to rotate to your main direction, but you also want to maintain this blocking grip. So it may come to this that it'll be more of a tactical fight where it will come down to the shidos, and it's the first one for Jansen for kicking her opponent, or rather attempting some kind of ashiwaza without the grip and without the real commitment. And now Irem Korkmaz followed that with a sutemi waza. So she's in slightly better position. You can see Sumigaeshi, but to the opposite direction probably, and it's Jansen who gets the second one. So it's clearly in favor for Korkmaz, this style. Look, she gets both sleeves down. She knows that she can afford shido, and she was probably counting that her opponent will get one as well, but it may come down to this, that she will try to block everything, and nice Sotomaki Kami attempt. Yeah, and she's doing just enough, not committing too much, not opening up too much, but she will probably try to do just enough. Or maybe I'm wrong and she will just come up with a spectacular throw out of her sleeve, and that would be a fun, surprising stuff to see. Uchimata into Ochigari into Sumigaeshi attempt, and I think she made a mistake and she just got herself into Osaikomi position, into Tateshi Nogatame, and I think it might be Jansen's last chance. Yeah, if she could hold onto it, she would win. But now, the good Osaikomi, it's probably also considered as a kind of activity or kind of attack, but it only reset the clock for her for time being. And now it's Korkmaz who is working hard on the ground. and probably, yeah, she will settle for some time off the clock, and she will focus on having a couple of next attacks good enough and to win by 3 shidos to 1. Yeah. Another sumigaeshi attempt, and now she goes to the ground. She's unhappy about something. Yes, and this is what she was all into from a certain stage of this
Winner
contest.
match 2, Kormaz Iren, Turkey.
So it is Kormaz Iren from Turkey who will fight in
Fight
the
match 2,
final of under 57 kilogram, and she will face the winner of the next contest, which will be Anna Dombrovska from Poland versus Shannon van de Meeberg of the Netherlands. It will be Dombrovska in white, van de Meeberg in blue. Okay, we are experiencing some technical difficulties with the camera. So I will try to tell you that both are working hard for the grip, both. And it's Dombrovska with a Sotomaki Komi attack. Okay, we can see clearly now. And they continue. Yeah. So, yeah, good Soinaga attempt from Dombrovska. And see, Van de Meeberg is certainly aware by the time that she cannot let her opponent grab herself with left arm. So she will go for the sleeve, pull it down, and this is her chance. She tries to break the grip because she knows as soon as Dombrovska takes it bigger, it will be very difficult for her to go inside. And Dombrovska tried a Sahar and now works on the ground. Does she have a Sankaku over there? I don't think so. But anyway, it'll be probably a battle of grips, and it's the first shido for the Dutch player. For non-combativity. Oh, that wasn't the best idea. She tried to do it from the first grip, or just instantly when she caught the grip, but she couldn't get the grip either, so. Okay. So a little bit of pace boxing for the players, but we are back on to the fight. And nice Osotogari attempt by the Dutch, Van den Meeberg. And it's now shido apiece, and we're halfway through this regular time. And a very nice Sotomaki Komi for Dombrovska, puts her ahead. You can see, you can hear the crowd shouting Super Anya, which means Super Anya, basically. But nice, she starts as if she went for Osoto and then switches direction and pulls a Sotomaki Komi. And I think they're checking whether it's not supposed to be an ippon. And this is the discussion over at the referees table. Was it enough for Ippon? Because there was this rolling motion, and they decided to keep it Awazari. Now it's Van de Meeberg, and she gets a score of her own. A nice Haraigoshi. So it's a very, very close match. Shido for Shido, then Wazari for Wazari. Okay, so whoever gets the next score wins, probably. Or two more Shidos and another Osoto attempt from the Meeberg. And now she drops the other way for a nice soda, but she can be in trouble. Luckily for her, she was aware that she was on her back and that she has to scramble from there. And we can see, yeah, Harai Makikami again. So a similar situation. And now we have another. So as I said, it was a throw for a throw, Shido for a Shido, and it's Dombrovska Ania from Poland who will be fighting in the final of the 57 kilogram category. You can see Coach Rashad Hasanov also smiling to us here, to our counter, that we'll have a Polish fighter in the final block and in the final. So twice Osoto into Makikomi. The Dutch player tried to answer with her own Makikomi, and it was a very, very close match. Nothing really to divide those two players, but it was Dombrovska who in the end was victorious. And we move to the last two of the semi-finals for today. It'll be in the under 66 kilogram category. It's Ivo Verhorstert of the Netherlands versus Elchin Husseinov of Azerbaijan. In the first of the semi-finals is Verhorstert in white and Husseinov in blue judogi. Very tough grip fight, but once Husseinov gets closer with his hips, he's very dangerous, and he does it by a quick change of pace. It's like a flash of lightning when he's from far behind, and then he just gets really, really close. He's very dangerous in those kind of situations when you think he's far enough for you to feel safe, and then he's just behind your back, throwing you for Kosoto or Uranaga. Verhorstert, on the other hand, he feels like he wants to have this grip rather high. He's not really afraid of coming close for those Sasayas and maybe Osotos. And he's happy. Unless he gets his grip, he's happy with how the fight comes. Both of the fighters on the edge. both with a grip that can be very dangerous, and you see from the change of pace comes the Huseinov's bigger threat. He was standing wide one side, facing one side, and then quickly turned the other. And this attack was enough to show to the referee that it's Verhofstadt who should get the penalty and not Huseinov. And another from this thick grip, he comes across with his hips, but now probably blocking a bit. So I think it might be a Shido for Huseinov for blocking the hip, and it's also the Dutch player who does the Sutemi. So an evenly matched contest, I think. Very difficult for both of the fighters, and they have to be tired, and it's really hot. So this tournament obviously already costed them a lot, and with the final at stake, nobody wants to let go. A good Soto Makikomi attempt from Huseinov, but Verhofstadt tried to also counter it with a Kosoto of his own. One Shido to Verhofstadt and little more than 40 seconds to go, and a very nice drop from the Dutch player. Yeah, he's starting to get ahead in this contest. He probably withstood the initial wave of attacks of the Azeri, and now will try to just play to his own strengths, to his conditioning and the smaller attacks instead of going big. And now he nearly counters and goes for the Newaza. And was it enough? I don't think so, but a very nice counter attack. So he is playing the waiting game also. He's quite good with that. A very nice situation here. Now Huseinov's Tayotoshi or Sotomaki Komi hybrid. And Shido apiece, golden score. He's 20-something seconds into the golden score. Both of them working tirelessly for the win here in the semi-final, and it's an Ippon Sumigaeshi for Verhofstadt Ivo of the Netherlands that takes him to the final of the under 66 kilogram category here in European Open in Cluj-Napoca.
Winner of Mat 2, Verhofstadt Ivo, Netherlands.
Yeah, very nice work on the edge of the tatami.
Last match
Sidestep from his opponent's initial attack, and then taking his movement. It's the way in which his opponent tried to attack and using it against him as in the principles of judo. Okay, right now the last semi-final match for today, under 66 kilogram category. It's Tofik Mamadov of Azerbaijan in white judogi versus Daniel Kapolushnik of Israel in blue. Both of these fighters having a spectacular days today. Some nice throws, nice work. But there can be only one winner, and we are about to see. And it's, yeah, I think, yeah, it's a Wazari, a very nice Sode Tsurikamigoshi from the knee. So drop Sode, both sleeves, pull down, and yeah, it may be a little bit over rotated, but it is a Wazari for Daniel Kapolushnik. Very nice, powerful Sode Tsurikamigoshi. Give him the lead. How Mamadov Tofik will be able to respond to that, we shall see. Yeah, he tries again that low Sode, but this time it wasn't as effective or efficient, maybe it's the better word. But it's always piling the pressure up on Mamadov. Now tries a drop Kataguruma, and I guess it's a Shido in the making for the Azeri fighter. If he doesn't come up with some nice attempt, which he does, he goes right, then he goes left. Yeah, it's a nice combination to step in from one side and then go the other. But it wasn't as surprising for his opponent as he would have liked to. Ooh, nice Ashiwaza, but Mamadov also had a nice feat of his own. Now Kapolushnik goes for the Soi and does the repeat Soi, and I think Mamadov tried to counter it, and we will probably have to wait to know whether... Yeah, because I think Mamadov is countering here, but yeah, so no score. And now Mamadov tried a Soda of his own. So the fight goes on. It's a Wazari for Kapolushnik. Little over a minute to go in this contest, in this last fight of the elimination block. And it's Kapolushnik with a drop Kataguruma again. So he's all over Mamadov now. He tries to wind up the clock. Another Sutemiwaza attempt and another. Yeah, so that this is probably his game plan for this time. 39 seconds to go. Comfortably leading by Wazari with no Shidos. So he will probably try to play it safe, not to open up a bit, and it also might mean this is the moment where Mamadov will come for him, might make some mistakes, and just to capitalize on those mistakes will be enough for him to go into the final of the under 66 kilogram category. Yeah, so he's holding on to the grip. Yeah, it's not not a big of an issue for him. He can still could still afford one more Shido, and now a nice so that Soriko Migoshi straight into arm lock. It was a very nice transition, and yeah, and it's all over. So it will be Daniel Kapelusznik in the final of the 66 kilogram category, and he will face Ivo Verhorstert of the Netherlands. Now we'll have a 15-minute break. Bye-bye, and I'll hear you and see you in the final block of the first day of European Open here in Cluj-Napoca.
I need all the wins, yeah.